only a start on this, it's a down payment, but it also creates a framework. And so just what you saw here, learning what's working in Summit County, bringing it to Jeffco, we at the Attorney General's office want to help people across the whole state learn from one another, so we elevate our practice across the whole state.
The program, I mean, for someone, just a layman who's watched government for a long time, we mentioned the centralized independent clearinghouse for the primary distributors.
Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. Council meeting, regular council meeting. Can we get a roll call?
Mayor Lay.
Here.
Councilmember Kern. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton. Here. Councilmember Hefner.
Here.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Here.
Councilmember Fahey. Here. Councilmember Dickinson.
Here.
Okay. If you please join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Our first item of business tonight is executive session on real property acquisition and disposition. And why don't we, the city manager is requesting an executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisition and dispositions pursuant to Section 52C of the Home Rule Charter and CRS 24-64024A, specifically as to appraisals and other value estimates and strategies. Prior to, let's see, next, City Clerk.
It is the policy of the city to conduct public business and meetings open to the public. While in executive session, it is inappropriate to take straw votes, keep minutes, or to make any final decisions. It is the duty of each member to ensure that executive sessions are conducted in strict compliance with this ordinance, state and federal law, and any applicable provisions of the state and federal constitutions. If at any time the scope, nature, or parameter of this executive session goes beyond the publicly stated topic, it is the responsibility of the council to terminate and cease any further deliberation within the executive session and return to the public meeting. Only those topics described in city ordinances may be discussed in an executive session. Those topics are summarized as follows. 1, where federal or state law requires that the information being discussed remain confidential. 2, certain personnel matters involving only employees directly appointed by the council and other personnel matters upon request of the city manager or mayor. 3, consideration of water rights and real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals, value estimates, and strategy. 4, legal consultation with an attorney representing the city with respect to pending litigation.
Regarding the authority for the executive session, Section 5-2C of the Home Rule Charter authorizes an executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals and other estimates of value and strategy. An executive session for this purpose is also authorized by the Open Meetings Law, Section 24-64024A of the Colorado Revised Statutes. The request involves potential acquisition and disposition of real property. With that, Mayor, you may entertain a motion to go into executive session for consideration of real property acquisitions and dispositions.
Thank you. I move to go into executive session for the purpose of real property acquisitions and dispositions, and that the executive session include the following. City Manager Diana Langley, Deputy City Manager Sama Fox, Community Development Director Rob Zuccaro, and Cultural Services Director Brandy Cummings, Parks, Recreation, Open Space Director Adam Blackmore, Public Works Director Kurt Coher, and City Attorney Kathleen Kelly. And if we could get a roll call vote. Actually, we get a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Get a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton.
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yes.
Mayor Lay.
Yes.
Councilmember Kern.
Yes.
Okay. Council is going to adjourn to executive session. There will be a notice on the screen here that we're in executive session. We will come back as soon as we can. We will not restart the meeting until at the earliest 6 p.m. Thank you. All right, we're back at the City Council meeting on February 3rd, 2026. If everybody could quiet down, appreciate it. Thanks. We have returned from executive session. Thank you to those who've been waiting patiently. We know you've been up here, and I appreciate your indulgence. And we have a report for, what? Yeah, it's on. Somebody was having trouble hearing? Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Better. All right. Sorry about that. I'll sing into it here. We have a report from the executive session from our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, as noted on the meeting agenda, the executive session was for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions, and the City Council had such discussion. In follow-up to this topic, no formal action is required from the Council at this time.
Thank you. Our next item is approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Our next item on the agenda is public comment. If you are interested in making public comment, we'd be happy to have you do that. It's part of the meeting where anybody can say what's on their mind if they want to. You get up to 3 minutes to speak. If you're interested in speaking, come up and provide a form, which is right outside of our council chambers. Fill it out, give it to the clerk at the end of the dais, and she'll call you up to speak. As I said, 3 minutes is the limit, or 6 minutes if there is somebody who will pool their time with you, who is present or online and willing to do that. But all opinions here are welcome, and we ask you to be respectful. I don't want you to cheer or boo or anything like that, because it's hard enough to get up in front of a bunch of people with a camera and all that to be able to speak. So we'd appreciate that. The only other thing is that we're talking about items that are not on the agenda. So if you were to come up and talk about an item on the agenda, I would stop you, because there'll be a time later in the agenda to be able to address those points. So the only other thing I would say about it is that council can't respond to your public comments because it's not on the agenda. We'll be probably taking notes and so forth, but we can't respond, and that's not because we're not listening to you. We'll have to deal with whatever matter you raise as we do after or otherwise. So with that in mind, do we have anybody who's interested in making public comment?
First up is Tanya Samaru.
It's really hard to attend these meetings. I have little kids that are 8 years old. They have special needs. I have a husband who is ill, and it's so hard to I want to call in at the right moment, and I don't know if that's going to be 9:30, when it's going to be. I hope sometime in the next year, council can take that on board and come up with a way to make it easier for people like me to participate, because you don't know how long you're going to be waiting when there's so many items on the agenda. A lot of the agendas are very ambitious. It makes it hard for people with young families to participate. In Superior, they often put times on the agenda that say this is about when we expect this to start. There are things you could do to cap the comments for items not on the agenda. If, for example, 300 people show up to furlough a meeting, I hope council will think about this, because it improves our democracy and participation. So just putting that out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Tanya.
That's it.
That's it? Okay. Thanks. The next item on for discussion is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Council informational comments and committee reports. Do council members have any informational items to report tonight. Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Great, thank you. So Dr. Cog reconvened for 26 a couple of weeks ago, and one of the fun things that's coming up is Bike to Work Day. That's going to be Winter Bike to Work Day, I should say. That's going to be on February the 13th. So we're hoping that everybody's filled with a lot of love and shows up and bikes or walks or takes public transit. The option is to just kind of get out and be active like the summertime Bike to Work Day. So there's that. And kind of in conjunction with that, there is an active transportation plan that Dr. Cog is putting together. We all voted on the other night to let it move forward, that staff is working on. It's a full regional trails plan that encourages multimodal transportation, whether that's wheeling, whether that's biking, whether that's walking, and how each activated community has more activities in one spot or within a mile of other transportation activity, how you would use those spaces. So for example, you take the train to Arvada, it's how you would then, do other transit in and around there. And so this plan it's in the works, it's nearly complete, but the last piece that your representative brought up for you was that the findings should actually be made public in a way that people can get to it and know how to use the trails and access in the entire region. So that's really the only thing, and super fun. Thanks.
Others? There was a meeting concerning rail. Is there any kind of mini report that you guys can share on that?
Happy to give a brief update. Councilmember Kern and myself attended a meeting with representatives of the Front Range Passenger Rail District regarding station planning for Louisville with what they call starter service or phase 1 scheduled to begin in 2029, subject to a few additional boxes they need to check. And it was an exciting meeting, and there's a lot of enthusiasm for commuter rail that will stop in Louisville.
Thanks. I went recently to the Metro Mayor's Caucus retreat. A whole bunch of discussion there around the new legislative session. As many of you know, our legislature has gone very active in, depending on your point of view, aggressively moving forward with a variety of agendas, sometimes without any funded mandates to us. And if you're not so thrilled about that, interfering with home rule and getting in our kitchen more than we'd really prefer them to do. But interesting meeting, which I'm glad to talk to anybody about in more detail. It was there were a lot of discussions around upcoming gubernatorial race because a lot of people are concerned, at least from the standpoint of city governance, to try to protect what is our what the people have given to us as the authority to help run our town. So more on that later. So. All right, next is City Manager's report.
Thank you. I would like to thank all of the staff and then the nearly 200 people and council members that attended the comp plan open house last Wednesday evening. Next steps are staff's going to summarize the comment cards received and provide that to council so you can see the input that was received at the open house. But it was a tremendous effort, really well attended, and it was exciting to see so much engagement in the comp plan. Thank you.
All right, so our first item of regular business are actually two related measures. One is ordinance number 1910, series 2025, an ordinance approving a rezoning of a portion of Caledonia Place subdivision plat from commercial community, CC, and residential medium density, RM, to mixed use residential, MUR, and approving an amendment to Exhibit A, land use plan exhibit referenced in the Louisville Municipal Code, Chapter 17.14, mixed use zone district, second reading, public hearing. This has been continued from January 6th. It was advertised in the City of Louisville website November 19th, 2025. There's also a resolution, number 8, Series 2026, a resolution approving preliminary planned unit development, or PUD, preliminary plat and special review use to allow 188 dwelling units and 13,534 square feet of commercial space at 1032, 1034, and 1040 East South Boulder Road. And I'm going to open the public hearing. Are there any disclosures? We have, yes, Councilmember.
Yes, before we get started, I just wanted to note that before I was elected to City Council, I made some public comments on this application when it was before Planning Commission more than a year ago. Those comments were just as a concerned resident. I don't have any, connections or interests in this development. And when I became a council member, I swore to uphold our city codes, and that is how I will look at this application. And I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooperman. Anyone else? All right. So does staff has a presentation. Does the applicant going to have a presentation tonight or not?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, good evening, Mayor, councilors. Matt Post, Senior Planner, Community Development Team. The item before you tonight is consideration of the development application known as Coal Creek Village. It contains a rezoning application, a land use amendment, a preliminary planned unit development, a preliminary plat, and a special review use. As you mentioned, Mayor, this item was continued from January 6th. This item was continued because staff received a revised site layout from the applicant post Planning Commission approval that reflects a condition applied by the Planning Commission and changes that were made to the plan after engagement with a number of Little Italy residents. So the continuation allowed staff the opportunity to review those plans and provide a recommendation and analysis with an updated report. So we can work through some history on this. The application was originally submitted to staff, the city, in January of 2021. It has been under continuous review for 5 years now, this month. The application was brought to the Planning Commission initially as a complete preliminary package on September 12th, 2024 and October 10th of 2024. Again, that was to the Planning Commission. During that October 10th hearing, the Planning Commission deliberated on the development application, and based on feedback and concerns presented at that hearing, the Commission directed that staff meet with the applicant subsequent to that October 10th meeting to establish a new scope for a traffic impact study that is associated with this, this application. After staff met with the applicant to agree on a revised scope to address concerns brought forth by the community and the Planning Commission, the application was brought back to the Planning Commission on October 9th of 2025. At that meeting, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the application with staff conditions, which I will cover in later slides. And they also added an additional condition that the Front Street connection at Harper Street on the south side of the site be limited to emergency vehicle access, pedestrian access, and bicycle access only. So I'll cover just the revisions of the traffic impact study quickly so that the council is aware of some of the changes that were made. So when staff met with the applicant, again, we agreed to a revised scope for that study, which included an analysis of traffic impacts with and without the proposed Front Street connection. Again, that analysis is contained in the traffic impact study that is in your staff packets. We agreed on incorporating traffic projections from a development currently under review south of the site known as Delo Boom. We included 6 additional intersections in the study area, which are presented on this slide. It included the evaluation of the Cannon Circle and South Boulder Road intersection as a potential three-quarter movement configuration, which would restrict northbound, north left-hand turns out of the Cannon Circle intersection of South Boulder Road. The study included an updated directional distribution assumption, and the applicant's engineer applied a 1,000 vehicle per day threshold for local street capacity in consideration of a front street connection. Again, in consideration of that through connection. That 1,000 vehicle per day threshold is generally the most conservative threshold for local streets, and livability considerations to remain, for a street to remain classified as a local street as opposed to a collector or an arterial, so on and so forth. So just a quick summary of the application here. Again, the item before you is a request for approval of this preliminary package. It does include 187 dwelling units and 13,534 square feet of commercial space on 10.7 acres. The original application, the mayor actually mentioned that the dwelling unit number was 188 dwelling units. The dwelling unit count has been reduced by 1, and that's reflective of the applicant's revised site layout, which is presented on this screen. I'll go over the details of what's changed on that layout in subsequent slides. So again, the application includes the rezone request for portions of the property that are zoned commercial community mixed use, with a request to rezone those to mixed use residential. As part of that rezone, an amendment to land use map Exhibit A, which is an addendum to the Highway 42 revitalization area plan, is required. We'll cover that additionally. And then a special review use is required as part of this application to establish multifamily uses on the ground floor of mixed use buildings. There are 2 mixed use buildings on the site, or I'm sorry, 2 buildings on this site where multifamily uses are proposed on the ground floor, and a special review use is required for those. So we'll move forward here. Some additional background just about the site. The property is located in that Highway 42 revitalization area and the Highway 42 urban renewal area. That designation places the properties in a mixed-use overlay, which triggers a mandatory rezone requirement to the mixed-use residential or commercial mixed-use zone district when any property within this Highway 42 revitalization area redevelops. Again, that's a code requirement adopted with the Highway 42 revitalization area plan. The entire property was actually rezoned from commercial business to MUR and CMU. Those are those reflective mixed-use districts in 2013. And in 2016, a final PUD and plat were approved that allowed 51 dwelling units and almost 30,000 square feet of commercial space. The applicant did not execute that final PUD and plat. Those items were never recorded, and eligibility for permit issuance on those entitlements lapsed in 2019. Some additional background here. We kind of covered the Front Range passenger rail. But the purpose of the Highway 42 revitalization area was to encourage the development to support an eventual rail station here in Louisville. That was based around the B line, which we know there's been funding challenges with that, but we do have the Front Range passenger rail where real progress has been made, as Councilor Hefner alluded to. There's several updates on the screen. I think most folks are aware of them. But again, I think so that folks are aware, there is consideration of a tax ballot measure this November to secure funding for additional rail construction and operations beyond the Northern Front Range route. And so currently there is a plan to launch initial rail service by 2029 for the Northern Front Range, with service from Denver to Fort Collins that would likely include a stop in Louisville. So we'll hop into the proposal here. The first item in this application is the rezone application. And so the rezone would apply to the areas on the map on the screen that are purple and yellow. Those purple overlays are currently zoned as commercial mixed use. Residential is not permitted in those particular zone districts. And then the lower left-hand corner is currently zoned residential medium density. That is proposed for rezone to MUR as well. So this entire site is now proposed for a rezone to MUR. As I mentioned, in 2013, the site actually satisfied its mandatory rezone requirement that's prescribed by the Highway 42 revitalization area. And what you see reflected in this zoning map is reflective of what's actually in that land use exhibit, which guides rezones. So this request this evening is a discretionary rezone request, not a mandatory request, and that would be to, again, apply that MUR zoning designation site-wide. And just as a reminder, the MUR actually does allow for a mix of uses, requires retail, which is why a special review use is required. So there's a greater variety of use options that are available in the mixed-use residential zoning designations. Here's a quick depiction of that land use exhibit that I mentioned. The graphic on the left is the originally adopted, that's actually an amended version that is reflective of the existing zoning designations on the site today. The graphic on the right would be the amendment to that land use plan that would reflect the MUR zoning designation site-wide and the establishment of a new park in the southwest portion, which again we'll cover in later slides. So moving further into the proposal here, this does include a preliminary plat which would formally subdivide the 10.7 acre site into 59 townhome lots. And that subdivision would allow for the future fee simple sale of those townhomes. That would not be a for rent product. I'll let the applicant expand on that a bit, but the subdivision again enables the sale of those townhome units. 4 outlots, actually 5 outlots with the new park will be provided on site, which will include areas for drainage, detention, utility areas, private streets, open space, and parks. There are 2 private parks proposed at 23,000 square feet. And then as part of the revised site layout that was submitted by the applicant subsequent to the Planning Commission approval, there is a new just over 15,000 square foot park that is proposed on the southwest side of the site. It would be privately owned but publicly accessible. And so when we consider this as it relates to a plat application, when we're looking at this revised site layout that I'll get into in additional detail here in later slides, this plat will have to be revised, the final plat application, to match that site layout. So an additional outlot will be included for the park that's in the southwest corner of this site, and maintenance obligations will be the responsibility of a required owners association. We'll look to establish some additional public access easements to ensure that we maintain public access in perpetuity to that space. And there's some additional details with access easements just based on the configuration layout that we'll discuss again here as well. Part of the plat dedication would also, or part of the plat rather, would also include the dedication of 1.2 acres of right-of-way. The overall site would, the overall dedication of right-of-way would include 1.2 acres on the overall site here, and that would be for the construction of Front Street and the connection of Cannon Circle that's depicted. And so we'll get into that now. And so again, 59 townhomes, 96 apartments, and 32 micro townhomes that the applicant describes as an attainable product. Again, I'll let them explain the details behind that. The apartments will be located in 4 buildings on the north and northwest side of the site. The 2 mixed-use buildings would be sited directly adjacent to South Boulder Road with commercial uses on the ground floor. And the 2 exclusively multifamily buildings where a special review use required would be these 2 buildings here, and they would be on the northeastern portions of the site. So again, those new portions of Front Street and Cannon Circle are proposed within this PUD, and they are highlighted in blue. So anything you see highlighted in blue on this graphic right here represents the construction of a new public right-of-way and street. So you see the Front Street connection. You can see the elbow there on the right side of the plan that reflects a formal connection for Cannon Circle, which does not currently exist. And on this revised layout, you also see that the applicant has committed to improving the existing alley on the north side of Little Italy. So that's reflected in blue here as well. That was not on one of the original plans that came through. What you see in red depicted on the graphic here is reflective of the revised site layout, and that area would be reserved for emergency access only, with access restricted by likely collapsible bollards. We'd have to work through the details with the fire department of what an on-the-ground condition like this would actually look like, and we'd work with the applicant on a material, on a substrate that would be suitable were this application to move forward. This application also reflects the new park that is proposed by the applicant in that southwest corner of the site. That is highlighted in green here. So in total, with the park space that's been proposed here, we'll hang on that for a bit. So there's just over 23,000 square feet of what is currently identified as private park space. You can see that centralized here on the site, this bank of townhomes in the central. You see an open space or park space proposed here. These are the micro townhome units. I'll get into more details on these blocks here later, but they're in the micro townhomes. There's a pocket park proposed in this area. And then again, with this new revised site layout, we have this park. So the revised site layout is reflective of that 187 dwelling unit count. Some parking spaces have been lost from that last application. There are 309 parking spaces proposed, maybe plus or minus a few. We're going to have to work with the applicant to determine what that actual final on-site number is. In consideration of this revised site layout, there's additional public street parking that will be available on Cannon Circle with this application. The Front Street and Cannon Circle connections that you see right now would include a 30-foot flow line to flow line width, which is essentially a gutter-to-gutter measurement for the street, and then detached sidewalks with tree lawns up and down. And so again, we'll cover that in additional detail as we move forward. A couple other notes about this application here. We have been working with the property owner here, Snarf's, where Snarf Sandwiches is. We had an original proposal in that would actually have closed off an access point on Cannon Circle here from Snarf's. There's some safety concerns with queuing in that area and peak hours. So part of our staff's original request there was to close that access point just so that there weren't any conflicts there. We worked with that property owner to keep that access point open. That's reflected on this revised site layout, and actually just shift it further south so that it adds essentially another queuing space for a vehicle that would be northbound attempting to exit Cannon Circle on South Boulder Road. There is another property in here as well. And I'm going to circle it if you can see my mouse on the screen. This is Lot 2. This is an odd lot that is currently home to the Argentos Empanadas. So a really unique configuration here of how this was ever initially established. So that lot is actually not part of this planned unit development. There are, however, some utility considerations that the applicant will have to take into account. And we have requested that the applicant provide parking spaces and some sidewalk accessibility on this particular site. There is an existing private CCR, a private agreement between that lot and the existing lot that's there that essentially provided some shared space and some shared parking, but that agreement is a bit vague, and the city doesn't have the authority to enforce that. So I'll let the applicant expand on that lot a little bit more. So again, just so that there's no confusion here, the plan on the left was what was originally submitted and what was taken to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission applied a condition to close Front Street. The applicant has been engaged with the community. I'll allow the community to speak a little bit more about that. But following that Planning Commission hearing and that engagement with the community, the applicant presented this revised plan that you see on the right-hand side. So again, the original plan had the through connection on Front Street all the way down to Harper Street. There was no consideration of alley improvements, and it included one additional dwelling unit. So I just want to be sure that we're clear on what some of those items are. So I do have the details of that in the staff packet, but I will cover them just for the sake of all the folks that are here this evening. And I'm sorry, let me get back to that slide here. So the changes from the plan on the left to the plan on the right include the implementation of Front Street and Harper Street connection as emergency vehicle, bicycle, and pedestrian access only. Again, that is consistent with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We have the addition of a new privately owned but publicly accessible 0.35 acre park in the southwest portion of the site.
That's 15,246 square feet. We have the reorientation of townhome units that were initially located in the southwest portion of the site, relocated to the central portion of the site, and that reduced that dwelling unit count from 188 to 187. We have the removal of a previously proposed private alley along the south side of the site to accommodate the relocated townhome units. So again, there's some detail on the left side there where there was a private alley. The applicant has since removed that, added additional units there, and so now there's no private alley that punches through on that left-hand side. We have a commitment to approve the existing public alley north of Little Italy. We have the establishment of a public access easement over an existing private alley on the west side of this site to function as a vehicular turnaround. There's a subdivision modification that was required for this that we'll discuss later. The revised site layout also included the evaluation of a potential east-west alley connection from Front Street to Front Street in coordination with some adjacent property owners. There's two unplatted property owners at the westernmost extent of what you see on the right-hand side, the westernmost extent of that alley, that blue alley line. There's two unplatted properties there. So the applicant evaluated the potential to connect an alley all the way through to Front Street with dedication. It just wasn't feasible to, the applicant wasn't able to obtain that right-of-way dedication. So we see that alley end at its current and existing westernmost terminus, but improvements will be included there. There's a request for the subdivision modification to address a dead-end street that is essentially a result of the Planning Commission condition to close emergency access there. There's also a new request for a waiver from the mixed-use design guidelines, which require a height transition when development in the MUR zoning district abuts the RM zoning district. That would apply to the 4 relocated townhomes, and we'll cover that in additional slides here as well. So we'll go through the blocks here on the site. So block 1 is highlighted in orange on the screen. Those comprise 32 micro townhome units between 350 and 400 square feet in size, 22 to 25 feet in height, with a centralized pocket park of just over 2,000 square feet. Again, I'll let the applicant expand on the details behind the micro townhome units here. Surrounding block 1 is where drainage and detention for the site is located. This is the existing low point of the site as well. Block 2 is the centralized block in the overall development. This will include 40, 4, and 6 unit townhome configurations, 40-foot maximum heights that transition down to 35 feet directly adjacent to Little Italy on the south side. That's where that height transition piece comes in. We have close to a 21,000 square foot centralized park that is currently identified as a private park, and the proposed renderings are provided here on this screen. Block 3 is on the west side of the site. Will include 19 3- and 6-unit townhomes. It'll be 40 feet in height with that 0.35 acre publicly accessible park. See some examples of some of the renderings of this or architectural elevations. Block 4 will contain those mixed-use buildings and associated parking. So there's 2 mixed-use buildings. These will include ground floor commercial uses, and then multifamily uses on floors 2 and 3 with a maximum height of 45 feet, and these are directly adjacent to South Boulder Road. There's a plaza space proposed in between these 2 buildings, a pedestrian-style plaza space that would be required as part of that MUDDSG or those mixed-use design guidelines. Block 5 will include those exclusively residential units where the special review use for ground floor is required. Again, a maximum height of 45 feet in this particular location with associated parking. So moving into analysis here, we'll jump right to the rezone section here. And in order for a rezoning to be considered, one of our declaration policies for a rezoning needs to be satisfied. The policy that's satisfied in this particular instance is policy number 2, which states that the area for which the rezoning is requested has changed or is changing to such a degree that it is in the public interest to encourage a redevelopment of that area. So the applicant has provided a market analysis with this application that shows weak market conditions that do not support large-scale retail or office development and support smaller users like gas and convenience stores. So again, part of the reasoning here is, again, for the change conditions include a lack of market feasibility for purely commercial uses or the commercial uses that would be required with that CMU zoning designation. And then, of course, we have some comprehensive plan and adopted plan policies to stimulate development of vacant areas to achieve a mixed-use environment and support residential uses, specifically on arterial roadways like South Boulder Road. The preliminary plat, a full detailed analysis is provided on the staff report, but it conforms to Title 16 as a preliminary application with the subdivision modification that's proposed. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Utility service and circulation proposals meet the city standards. And again, the final plat that would be presented to staff after this preliminary application would have to match the revised PUD or site layout that we're reviewing this afternoon. Overall, the general layout of utilities, streets, land uses, lots, so on and so forth, staff are satisfied with that and are comfortable with the revised site layout and applying a final plat review to that particular layout. So I'll cover the I'm sorry. I missed a slide in here somewhere. I'm sorry, I jumped around a little bit. Let's start here. So public land dedication, I want to cover that quickly. So section 1616060 of our subdivision ordinance actually requires the dedication of public land with any new subdivision. So I want to read these sections here real quick, just so everyone has an idea of what they are. So a minimum of 12% of non-residential subdivisions and 15 for residential subdivisions of the total land area of the tracts being subdivided. So essentially what this is saying is that 12% of the land of a development for residential subdivisions shall be dedicated as public land, 15% for commercial. And if the way we determined whether that, opposite, yeah, exactly, 12% for commercial, 15% for residential. And in determining whether or not a public land dedication has been satisfied, you can see there's another section there. The requirements of this section shall not apply in cases where satisfactory dedication arrangements were made and approved by the city council at the time of annexation or previous subdivision of the same property. So public land dedication was not contemplated with this application. And so in coming to that conclusion, staff considered the entitlement history, specifically dating back to the 2013 and 2015 PUD and plat application, where the city did not exact a public land dedication or a fee in lieu for that plat application at the time. That approach by the city has been repeated with a number of development applications that include subdivision plats where the land being subdivided had been previously subdivided. So happy to answer any questions about that moving forward. The subdivision modification that's requested here, we did provide an analysis on that. So again, this would be a request for a modification from a provision of our subdivision ordinance that prohibits dead-end streets unless they are designed to connect to future streets, in which case a 90-foot diameter turnaround would be required. So again, this modification request is a direct result of the Planning Commission condition that would, requiring a 90-foot diameter turnaround on the south side of the site. Staff are of the opinion that would result in a hardship that may otherwise be avoided if there were a through connection on Front Street. So to address that dead-end condition, the applicant will establish a public access easement over what was initially dedicated as a private alley on the west side of the site. That public access easement over what was initially a private alley will generally function as a turnaround that would satisfy the intent of the dead-end street requirements. So granting that subdivision modification will allow the applicant to retain key elements of the original development program. And more importantly, I think in this case, it allows them to include that publicly accessible park in the southwest portion of the site without taking up a large chunk of that, which with a 90-foot cul-de-sac is essentially what our subdivision ordinance would require under the subdivision code with the dead-end street condition. So moving into the PUD again here, the applicant is requesting 7 waivers with this application. Some of those waivers are from our mixed-use design standards and guidelines. Some of them are from our municipal code, which also contains mixed-use standards. let's see, two waivers. Yeah, two of the waivers are associated with the mixed uses. There's actually three waivers associated with mixed use design guidelines. I'm sorry now, but one of them is for block width and length. And so this waiver is primarily due to existing access points and required access points. Staff are of the opinion that the intent of the street block design standards is achieved because this design promotes a synergistic mix of uses to disperse traffic to multiple access points and create a pedestrian-oriented and pedestrian-friendly area. So those mixed-use design standards that we're mentioning there actually limit the distance between access points in our mixed-use district. They limit the length of blocks, essentially, is what they do, right? So you can't have a 500-foot block. So the intent of that is to create a connected, pedestrian-oriented, mixed-use, transit-oriented, multimodal environment. But again, just based on the Front Street connection that's proposed, or the Front Street construction area that's proposed with Cannon Circle, the applicant's close to it, and staff support this waiver. There is also a request for reduction in the required public sidewalk width contained in our mixed-use design guideline requirements. Our design guidelines actually require a 10-foot sidewalk throughout all mixed-use districts, and the applicant is requesting to reduce that width to 5 feet with the inclusion of an 8-foot tree lawn, which would support a detached sidewalk condition. A 5-foot wide pedestrian walkway is considered a standard width for pedestrian through zones and is consistent with recommendations from the National Association for City Transportation Officials. So with the inclusion of the 8-foot tree lawn with tree plantings and the 5-foot sidewalk, staff support that request on Front Street and Cannon Circle. 4 requested waivers from the municipal code relate directly to density and lot width. So there is a request for a waiver from lot width, from lot coverage, from a 20-foot rear setback requirement, and from a requirement that 70% of street-facing property lines contain a building. So those first 3 waivers are actually generally necessary just to meet the minimum density requirements that apply in our mixed-use design standards, right? So it allows that townhome development type for smaller lot widths, lesser rear lot setbacks, and then more pronounced lot coverage. And again, that's just there's a bit of a conflict there between what the mixed-use design standards call for and what some other elements of our ordinance say. So we're addressing that with these waivers. The last one there, that 70% of street-facing property lines shall contain a building, is intended for dense mixed-use transit-oriented districts to actually pull buildings directly to the street front and essentially create a wall of buildings, right? So we would have 70% of a street frontage should contain a building close to that, to the property frontage here. And that's common with dense development patterns. So the applicant is actually requesting relief from that standard. So there's actually more openings throughout their entire site that give it less of a walled view from South Boulder Road, Highway 42, and then those Front Street and Cannon Circle sections. There's one additional waiver that's now included with this revised site layout. The mixed-use design standards actually state that any development in our MUR zone district that is adjacent to an RM district, all of Little Lee is RM residential, Little Italy is RM, which is residential medium density. The ordinance states that those developments in the MUR district that are adjacent to within 50 feet of a rear or side lot line or 50 feet of the center line of an alley shall honor a height transition requirement that states that within 50 feet of those 2 areas, buildings cannot exceed 27 feet in height. That 27-foot height limitation would be in line with some of our Old Town overlay standards. The request here would be for the applicant to allow 35-foot height limitations in this area. So the bank of townhomes that you see presented here on the screen, those are a bank of 6 townhomes. North of this or up all those townhomes would be 40 feet, and then they would drop to 35 feet in the transition area. So I think in evaluating the waiver request, staff note that the 35-foot height maximum is actually permitted. The 2 lots on the left that are unplatted here, if you look on the left, there are 2 lots where they are not located in our Old Town overlay. Most of Little Italy is in the Old Town overlay, which mandates a 27-foot height limit. The 2 lots on the left actually are not in the Old Town overlay. They're outside of it. They can build up to 35 feet tall. That's our standard maximum height limit for single-family zone districts. So I'm bringing that up because, you know, we note that the 35-foot maximum is consistent with the standard height limit for the majority of the city's single-family residential zone districts. And we find that the proposed transition, while not meeting the 27-foot standards, achieves the underlying intent of the height transition requirements by reducing visual scale and impacts. And so we, staff, and based on the changes that the applicant made to include the park and complete the alley, staff find this request for a waiver in the transition area to be reasonable at 35 feet. Moving into inclusionary housing. So as the council is aware, 12% of all units on site shall be affordable. The applicant has committed to providing on-site affordable units here, and 12% of them will be dedicated. Half of those units would be provided at or below 60% of AMI, and the other half would be between 60 and 80% of AMI. The design, size, and materials of those units that are deed restricted as affordable shall be equivalent to the market rate units on site. I'll let the applicant speak more about that. This would be review criteria for the special review use. Again, detailed analysis is provided in your staff packets, but these would be responses to the review criteria. So the first one is it in line with comprehensive plan policies to allow a multifamily use on the ground floor of a mixed-use building in a mixed-use zone district? And so comprehensive plan policies support corridor development in this area, urban corridor specifically, that would support multifamily and additional mixed-use development. The redevelopment of the site will lead to economic stability and be in line with what is mandated by the Highway 42 Revitalization Area Plan. The site of the proposed SRU functions efficiently on the north side of the site with circulation, parking, and site layout. External effects are controlled through building and site design and additional road networks. And then it adds pedestrian ways, or there are pedestrian ways around the building and further improvements along South Boulder Road, which would all be review criteria for a special review use. So staff do support the request for a special review use. The entire application is reviewed against our mixed-use design standards and guidelines. Again, analysis is provided in the staff report, but the design guidelines establish standards for site design, circulation, and building form in the district. Street and block layout is an important feature of the mixed-use standards, and they are intended to mirror downtown's street network, which is intended to create a connected, walkable framework of dense development. The connections proposed promote multimodal access, improve circulation and visibility, and support future connections around the neighborhoods. And overall, the design does advance the goals and intent of our mixed-use district standards. So I've retained analysis of this application in our comp plans, all of our adopted policies. So I'm going to go through this a bit here. And we have some Front Street connection analysis in here, right? That is part of our adopted policy. So I want to be sure that the City Council is aware of where our adopted policies stand as they directly relate to the Front Street connection. So the property lies within the Highway 42 and South Boulder Road urban center, as identified by the 2013 comprehensive plan, and is designated as an urban corridor. That comp plan calls for an interconnected street network, multimodal access, and pedestrian scaled building design. And that those designations support redevelopment with mid to high density multifamily and mixed use commercial areas. So this entire project with its proposed density calculations do satisfy that comprehensive plan requirement. The comp plan envisions a cohesive walkable center with new street connections and smaller parcels. So again, we've highlighted just a graphic out of our 2013 comprehensive plan, which calls for some of those connections. And then the corridor development type promotes retail, commercial, and multifamily uses that reinforce that connected urban fabric. And so staff find that this development proposal with the land uses do satisfy our 2013 comprehensive plan. And we have multiple policies that are also contained in that plan that staff find align. We have multiple principles here about interconnected networks, diverse housing opportunities, specifically stating that housing should support vibrant retail and commercial centers. Mix of housing types should be supplied, and then higher density housing should be located primarily in those centers and corridors that are identified in that comprehensive plan. As it relates to the rezone there's another economic development principle that states that the city should be responsive to changing economic conditions. Staff are of the opinion that the rezone that utilizes that market analysis would be an example of some agility as it relates to existing market conditions on this particular site. The South Boulder Road Small Area Plan designates the site for medium density residential at 10 to 20 dwelling units per acre. That's directly in line with what the mixed use standards are. Retail and office uses align with what the current CCMU zoning is, but again, those uses are also permitted as part of that MUR district. And the South Boulder Road Plan does encourage new street connections to strengthen the overall network connectivity, create redundancy, and then support a walkable mixed use environment. The Transportation Master Plan, there are a number of items in the Transportation Master Plan that are relevant to this development. The Transportation Master Plan specifically provides a citywide framework for safe, efficient, multimodal transportation, guides near and long-term decisions. And so goals of the Transportation Plan include efficient and safe transportation systems, cohesive and layered system of streets and trails, and then complete streets that enhance livability. Our housing plan is a big piece of this here as well. Our housing plan established goals to increase opportunities for housing, expand and maintain access to affordable housing opportunities, and then diversify our housing stock through mixed use and mixed income neighborhoods. So this application checks those boxes, specifically with some of the housing options and housing types the applicant is proposing, and then also the commitment for 12% affordability on site. Some of those key action steps that are supported in the plan include supporting rezoning of underutilized areas for residential development, expanding opportunities for multifamily housing within those zones, with the rezoning would support, and then advancing goals to diversify our overall housing stock and housing portfolio. So with the traffic impact study, I'm not going to speak too much on the traffic impact study. We have our engineer here to talk on that and the applicant's engineer to speak a little bit. But that updated impact study included new counts, that expanded intersection analysis that we discussed, and then long-term condition analysis with and without the Front Street connection. And so there's some details on some of the benefits of what the Front Street connection provides, just as it relates to the analysis that's provided in that traffic study. But again, I'll let our engineers talk about that a little bit more. I'll provide some additional detail here. So the development is projected to generate 1,839 daily vehicle trips from this site, with 220 a.m. peak hour trips and 244 p.m. peak hour trips. Those a.m. peak hours are 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., p.m. peak hours 4 p.m. To 6 p.m. And so we'll continue to move through this here. Here's some additional information on levels of service at some of those analyzed intersections. Level of service is a measure of delay at an intersection. I think everyone knows that the existing intersection of South Boulder Road, Highway 42, is operating, I believe, at a D or an F. So it's currently a failing intersection. That's projected to remain a difficult intersection with an unacceptable level of delay for quite some time until additional improvements are completed on South Boulder Road and Highway 42. And so our recommendation is for approval of the ordinance rezoning portions of the property and amending the land use map, and then approving the resolution for the planned unit development and the preliminary plat and special review use. Again, all these applications are preliminary, and assuming they move forward, we'll get into a final application stage. I do want to cover a couple items that were in the staff report. There may have been some confusion about this. When the through connection on Front Street was originally considered, the applicant had agreed to install traffic calming measures along Front Street to deter through traffic from South Boulder Road to the Little Italy neighborhood, and then also slow that traffic down. So what is shown here on screen is actually a reflection of traffic calming improvements that were proposed on Front Street and were initially included as a condition to the Planning Commission. And so there are details in the staff report that if the City Council this evening elects to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation to keep Front Street closed, that staff recommend abandoning this condition for the Front Street, for the traffic calming measures, as there would no longer be a through connection on this site. This was also part of that condition there, which was an initial take by the applicant to reduce and discourage cut-through traffic on this particular site. Again, this was prior to the Planning Commission's condition, and it's included in the staff packet tonight, again, as a condition with the understanding that staff would recommend that we remove this condition if the Planning Commission condition is adopted. So happy to answer any questions about that. And so with the recommendations of approval, these are the conditions that staff has included in our staff report. And so the first one is that we will work with the applicant to redesign the sidewalk along South Boulder Road to accommodate a detached condition. It currently shows as attached. We'd prefer detached, which again means the attached condition is basically the sidewalk is right at the street. The detached condition creates a buffer in the form of landscaping or a tree lawn or something along those lines. The final PUD would comply with our non-functional turf requirements that were recently adopted. Again, that's a holdover because we've been in this, really in this application for so long at this point. That's kind of a holdover condition, but we wanted to be sure that it was included here. This is the condition, the traffic calming exhibit condition. This would be the condition. Number 3 would be the condition that staff recommend that we remove if the Planning Commission recommendation is adopted. We have a condition that the applicant will work with the property owner, specifically Snarfs, to ensure that their access is maintained on Cannon Circle. And then that the revised site layout would be implemented and further reviewed with the final PUD application package. That would include the revisions to the final plat that would be associated with this, which again, the final plat application shall reflect that revised site layout as well. And so with that, that concludes staff's presentation. The applicant does have a presentation. Happy to answer any questions in the meantime.
Why don't we, well, this is involved enough. Why don't we take some questions from council on this particular part, and we'll hear from the applicant. Yeah, Councilmember Cooper.
Okay, thanks for that presentation. Just have a few questions. I had asked about whether the applicant would be required to do any off-site infrastructure improvements. And I'm particularly thinking about some suggestions about medians on South Boulder and 42. I'm just wondering if you have any more information about that, or will that wait till the final plat?
I do have some information about that. I'll actually let Cameron answer some of those questions if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks. Cameron Folks, city engineer, Council Cooperman, great question. Generally, staff's in agreement with most of the recommendations in the traffic study. There's a couple that we kind of take exception to with the median restrictions, especially at Cannon Circle, South Boulder Road. During the peak AM and PM, it creates difficulty, but other times those accesses can be used readily. So that one we'll take exception to. Our plan is to have the applicant provide cash in lieu, and we will complete those improvements once we think they're warranted. Similar on Highway 42 with that left into the Cannon Circle, but the rest of the recommendations generally are acceptable to staff.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Question about parking. So one, I thought we had eliminated parking minimums, and yet your slide said, and the staff report says something about required parking spaces. Just wondering what's going on there.
That would be, I appreciate you calling that out. That would be a holdover for I think how long this application has been under review. You are correct. We did abolish parking minimums for multifamily uses. So that's reflective of, again, what was in there initially. But this application is technically eligible for the removal of parking minimums. Yeah.
Okay. And then the large parking lot in the central northern part of the site, Are some of those intended for customers who would go to the commercial?
Yes, yes, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Good. And then, let's see. I had a further question about bicycle lanes. So is the idea that the amount of traffic we would see on the internal roads is not high enough to warrant putting in bicycle lanes?
I can let Cameron talk about this, but I believe that it's because we generally don't put bicycle lanes on local streets, but I'll let Cameron.
Yeah, Cameron Folk, city engineer, that's correct. Typically, we don't stripe bike lanes on local streets. These would be considered local streets, so it's typically a share type situation.
Okay. I think that's good. Thank you.
Any other council questions? Yes, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll preface my question by saying thank you for all the information, and thank you to the community and the developer for having ongoing conversations in meeting us here tonight to discuss this further. My first question is regarding the affordable housing and the 12% on site. Can you remind us, does that 12% have to be distributed across the different building types, or can it be concentrated with, say, just like the micro home area?
It has to be distributed across all building types.
Thank you. And my second question, you talked about it, but I want to be very clear for my understanding regarding the Front Street closure discussion. So what is currently written in the resolution tonight, is that what Planning Commission recommended?
Yes, that is what Planning Commission recommended. I believe in our, if we're, can I ask a clarifying question? Are you specifically referring to the traffic calming improvements that are?
No, so what I'm asking is, we received a number of emails from community members suggesting that what we're voting on tonight is not in fact what Planning Commission had presented to us. So I want to make sure that what's written in the resolution, is that what Planning Commission recommended?
The recommendation tonight is to approve the revised site layout, which is reflective of the closure in Front Street.
So that is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all.
Great, thanks. Echo again, really good, long presentation, well thought out. And also just a big thank you to everyone. I'll agree with what the Mayor Pro Tem was just commenting on, the collaborative nature of listening to the recommendations from planning, but then the community members and the developer. I'm really much more confident that this will be a successful project. So my question for you is about the rezoning where the park piece is, and whether, since that new area of park is going to be a park space, does it have to have the multi-use residential designation to it, or should it be something else?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So the original application included the rezone there because we generally want zoning districts to be concurrent with property boundaries, right? So that we had this odd little RM portion in the bottom where we had townhomes extending into that. And so the original application was to rezone that so that we didn't inadvertently generate what we would refer to as a split zone condition, right? We would have had to have moved that zoning line anyways. So the intent there was just to move that MUR all the way down where those, and to include the townhomes. At this point, it could reasonably be retained as RM, although, however, I would say that the zoning lot configuration, the zoning district configuration would need to reflect the park layout configuration.
Yeah, and we don't have a zoning district for parks. We have one for open space. So most neighborhood parks, even if they're owned by the city or private, are zoned the adjoining residential.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Hefner.
I just want to follow up on the Mayor Pro Tem's question with a suggestion for all of us, which is I hope before we start taking public comment, we can discuss a little bit the Front Street issue and just try and give a sense of direction. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Just kidding.
Yes, so a couple things. I'm just trying to understand. I was looking through the traffic study. I couldn't quite glean this, so if you can help me out. In Block 3, you're parked there. You want to leave this neighborhood and go southbound on Highway 42. I can't really tell, is there an eastern route, or are you more likely to go north to South Buller Road, take a right onto South Buller Road, and then take a right? Is that accurate? Or maybe you cut through the parking lot if you...
That's accurate now
Okay.
with the revised site layout, yes.
I just couldn't tell if there's any way through. Second question, I think I understand why the alley is not making it all the way from Highway 42 to Front. Is that a hope still that eventually comes, and it's just not promised? They can't do it yet, so it's not in the plan yet, but the intention is to complete it if possible, if they're able to get the rights to do it?
In order to complete the alley, we would need 2 private property owners to agree to dedicate public right-of-way. And it would be a voluntary dedication on their part.
And they haven't done so yet, but that's the hope of the developer, is that they would, and then they would complete that road if possible. I'm just trying to understand intent versus what's currently possible.
Yeah, I believe that was part of the original intent. And I don't know that it's part of the intent moving forward based on existing conversations that were had, but staff were comfortable with the existing condition, which is reflected here, being maintained.
But staff has no problem with them completing that?
Correct.
Were they able to get those
Absolutely.
rights?
It would be desirable.
Okay. The 10-foot sidewalk that we're supposed to have, is that like the current Main Street sidewalk? I'm trying to get a reference of like what a 10-foot, that seems like an enormous sidewalk. But maybe that's kind of...
Yeah, 10 feet would generally be reflective of like a multi-use trail type of sidewalk. So that it's relatively wide. I'm not sure how wide the downtown sidewalks are. Cameron may know.
Yeah, I think probably downtown without the tree grades is probably pretty close to 10 feet.
Okay.
Correct.
So a really big sidewalk, and they're saying, you said 13 feet total, but 8 of turf, grass, tree treatment, and then 5 of... So it's not that, I mean, it's still a huge space, they're just using it differently and
It's still
saving some money on concrete versus material that they'd put in that
correct.
8-foot
Yeah.
section.
Yeah.
Okay, I was trying to understand why we have that rule of 10 feet. It just seems like a really wide sidewalk anyway. Maybe it's just not time for it, and so if that's the answer, that's fine. Is there any like concurrency requirements for the commercial versus the residential?
Yes. Yeah. So there is a note on the cover sheet of the PUD that specifically, it essentially functions as a phasing note, but it does act for concurrency, and it guarantees that the commercial aspects of the development, that the commercial I'm sorry, I don't have the language in front of me. I'm trying to think about the best way to say it. It ties the issuance of the residential permits on site to completion of the mixed-use buildings. So we're limiting the number of residential permits that may be issued, and we're tying those.
Staff feels like you satisfied the concurrency that we are not going to get all the residential, and then like, gosh, these 2 commercial buildings just aren't working.
Yeah, I can pull up I have the exact language, but we can go over that, the language if you prefer, yeah.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, I trust you, we hadn't talked about it yet.
Yeah,
So if you feel like there is good concurrency and that we will not have a hole, and then 10 years later be like, fine, I guess we'll fill it with all residential.
I do, yeah.
Okay.
I think we do.
I think it's all I have right now. I can make comments about Front Street going through, but I'll wait until you want that.
Why don't we get the applicant's presentation?
Oops, I'm closing stuff here. Yeah, is that it right there?
Oh, Mayor, while he's still, I realized I did have one other question. Matt, sorry. It's building off of Mayor Pro Tem, but I just need clarity on, it's 187 units, so it's 12% is 22.44 units. Is that 22 or is it 23?
I have to look at the code.
Okay. The reason I ask is because if it's 12% of the 96 units and 12%, you could end up getting down to a pretty low number if it's 3.8 and you only have to do 3, and 4.8 and you only have to do 4. Like we end up only getting like 19 units instead of 22. That would worry me. So I'm just wondering if there's like a, hell, you've got to have 22 through the whole thing, and it's got to be evenly distributed. I just don't know how that works, but it's important.
I think we'll have to work through the details of that on the final application, just to with the applicant. But absolutely, that 12% number will apply to the total dwelling unit count on site. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Council. Excuse me. My name is Sam Coots. I'm a landscape architect and land planner with Ripley Design, here representing the applicant tonight for the presentation. We've got Rocky Ridge, our civil engineer, and McDowell Engineering, our traffic engineer, as well as Jason Markell from Markell Homes for all kinds of questions and answers at the end of this if you need. As you can tell, we've been here for a little while. And we started design on this property in 2020 and got our first official application in January of 2021. And we've seen a lot of change just in general in the world and in the development community through that time. I think Matt is our 4th or 5th planner at this point through the project, and by far the most detailed and thorough planner I've worked with in Northern Colorado. So we're really happy to have him reviewing the plans. As we've been working through this, we've been to Planning Commission several times. We're here in front of you tonight. And I think what you'll realize is this is a very complicated project. There's a lot of moving pieces. And so what I want to do is try to zoom this back out and do a little bit of storytelling and kind of talk about how this looks from a practical standpoint, and less focused on all of the really nitty-gritty details that Matt did such a good job reviewing. So tonight, I'm just going to run through these 3 different site plans that we've talked about and kind of what happened when, why did these things happen, how did they happen. And then there are a lot of consistent elements within these plans. So just highlight what those are so that we're not confused about what's where. I want to talk about the neighborhood engagement piece and all of the plan iteration that's happened there. And finally, we're looking to receive some direction from council tonight and move forward. So zooming all the way back out, we all acknowledge that we're in this housing crisis. We've got the housing plan done in 2024, and it did a great job setting some strategies forward for us. The first one being that we need to look at vacant or underutilized areas specifically along South Boulder Road and target those for great infill redevelopment. We also need to acknowledge that there are other types of housing that can get us to this housing goal. Right now, 2/3 of all residences in Louisville are single-family detached. So likely that needs to start shifting to get some extra density here. And really where this comes to a head is that what come out of that plan is over the next 23 years, Louisville needs to develop 178 units every year for 23 years to get back on track. And that's a big number. But Markell is always putting their best foot forward. They want to make sure that when they're doing this, they're helping dig out of that hole, that they're doing it in a way that's also providing attainable housing, affordable housing. And so that's why they have gone the option of providing the 12% of units on site rather than a fee in lieu option. And the units that are not the deed restricted affordable housing are also just designed to be smaller, more efficient, and hit that attainable price point so that we're offering a different mix than what we've seen in Louisville before. That comes down to zoning. If your housing plan and comp plan is kind of the highest level, zoning's your next level. So the way we get this done is start finding pieces of land that need some love. And this parcel needs a little bit of love. It's got 3 different zone districts scattered across it. You can see on the left exactly what areas would change between the existing zoning on the top and the proposed zoning on the bottom. To a question earlier, it is just much easier to work with a piece of property that's all zoned one single zone district. There's a lot of contradictions in code that can happen when you have two different zone districts on one parcel. Specifically to the southwestern corner being RM, if that remains RM, it would in fact kind of trickle across a height transition requirement further north that wouldn't allow some of the townhomes to get built the way they're designed currently. So it is important to keep this whole parcel zoned all under the mixed use. The framework plan is another guiding document that helps just establish a pattern of land uses within that zone district, and you can see the change that's being made there. As far as the comprehensive plan is concerned, this is one of those elements that is aligned between any of these site plan options we talk about tonight. And I realize you're in the middle of updating your comprehensive plan. I think you'll find that a lot of the principles we talk about are likely to be carried over into that new comprehensive plan, but we are still governed under this current one. And it talks about providing a mixture of uses, specifically about vertically integrating those uses, providing gathering points and dispersing those gathering points throughout the development, and then just generally creating a really pedestrian-oriented environment. A lot of pedestrian connections, hide the parking behind buildings, and bring pedestrian scale to the city. So that's, I've got a series of slides here that just illustrate what that will look like. This is specifically between the two mixed-use buildings that are along South Boulder Road. You can kind of see where that space is on the bottom of the slide. But the goal here is to illustrate that this is a really warm, friendly, activated space for pedestrians. There's site furnishings, there's planting to soften the hardscape up, provide shade cover. There's grade change that provides a lot of interest and transparency in the ground floor with the buildings. This is the central green, the pocket park in the middle of the development. And it's hard to get a sense of scale when you're looking at plans on that bird's eye view, but it's a good sized green. This is a really nice place to not only get outside, but it acts as the front yard for a lot of these homes. And it's a great place to come out and gather and meet with your neighbors. The pocket park for the micro townhome area, we elected to also insert a little bit of this active programming element with a pocket park and playground piece in there, so that there's different amenities kind of spread out throughout this development. Again, that dispersed idea that the comprehensive plan was about. Then finally, just increasing the aesthetic value and the pedestrian value along the streetscape throughout. We heard about the waiver of the 10-foot sidewalk. Essentially what that would look like is everything that is landscape between the sidewalk and the street here would just become concrete. And there are ways to do tree wells and tree grates and all of that, but it's just a different character, right? And that is great for commercial developments. We want this to feel residential, and so we're bringing a lot of xeric material, textures and patterns in the mulch, all of that. Another unifying element throughout all of these site plan iterations is the architecture. Starting with this mixed-use and multifamily building, we wanted to establish an architectural vernacular for the area. And along South Boulder Road is a great spot to set kind of that landmark building or define the aesthetic for the development. And so looking at butterfly roofs, shed roofs, some more contemporary forms, but in ways that break down the building in mass and scale, making sure the ground floor has transparency for the mixed use, making it feel inviting for retail, but introducing a lot of warm elements like the wood tone material here. And then taking that language and translating it back to the residential. Those are mixed use, multifamily, commercial oriented, but how do we take that language and still create what feels like a livable home? And that is these townhomes. So a lot of the same materials. You've got a lot of the same roof forms with the shed roofs, but introducing some more traditional elements like the gable roof here on the top left, and covered entries, and highlighting those doors to the townhome units. So we talked through site plan iterations, and if we rewind back to October of '24, September and October, that was our first trip to Planning Commission. So this was the initial site plan that was brought forward to hearing. And this is the one that I think we saw Matt talk through that had the Front Street connection. Just lay of the land again, the purple buildings are the mixed use, the pink are the multifamily. All of those cyan bubbles are the townhomes. You've got the micro townhomes in the maroon. And then detention just between those micro townhomes and the Little Italy neighborhood. You see the private alley connecting on the south side there, and Front Street heads straight north and south. This is what that traffic circulation looked under Site Plan A. And you'll see Front Street connects all the way from South Boulder Road to Harper Street. The intersections showing here are shown as the ultimate design. I think 2045 was what the traffic engineer used. So at that point in time, they are assuming right-in, right-outs along South Boulder Road and Highway 42 as part of some of the framework plan, master plan improvements. And this is what stirred a lot of the public comment in that first round of Planning Commission. So we got a continuance at that October Planning Commission with the direction to really go look at traffic hard. Let's expand the scope of the study, increase the level of detail, and most importantly, get back and figure out exactly what is the main concern with the neighborhood and how can we do something about that. So we got together, and after 9 months of studying traffic, expanding the scope broadly, not studying just this development pattern, but the entire kind of area around Little Italy and Coal Creek Village, and at a very fine level of detail, we presented those results with the Little Italy neighborhood, and we asked, okay, what does success look like for you? And we heard, eliminate that Front Street connection. At the bare minimum, substantially reduce the amount of traffic that comes through there. That would be a win for them. We asked the city, what does a win look like? What does success look like for you? They say, give us a plan that meets our codes, our standards, our policies. We allow variances on case-by-case basis, and we'll look at those. But we need something we can approve. And obviously, for the applicant, we need a development that is feasible. It's financially viable, and we can't come in and slash half the units, and that just does nobody any good. So the goal was to find this win-win-win solution. And that is what Site Plan B came about. The idea here was to split Front Street into two separate streets and separate it by a sliver of private land. So you'd have Front Street to the south and Street A to the north. And this can do some tricks in fooling Google Maps, Apple Maps, that there's not a through street connection here. So you don't get the, you're on South Boulder Road, oh, why don't you cut through the neighborhood to get over to Highway 42? It wouldn't recognize this as a through street. So this would, this private piece of land would have an emergency access easement over it and still be accessible by pedestrians. So this seemed to be a great win-win-win solution. It limits the traffic through the neighborhood. It still allows connectivity, especially for bikes and pedestrians. And it still created a viable development for Markel. So that is what we ultimately talked with Planning Commission about in October 25, and that's where that condition of approval came out of in 2025. They liked this idea. They voted 5-0, great. Thank you for working with the neighbors and coming up with this plan. We recommend condition of approval and closing Front Street connection as long as you have emergency bike and pedestrian access through there. And so that's what that image is there. There was still a lot of consternation about other aspects of this plan, and we received a lot of feedback, and I believe a group of representatives from the neighborhood reached out to us right after that hearing, said, hey, we want to stay involved, great, let's talk. And the next biggest concern was a lack of park space in the area. And we said, okay, we've done this once. Let's try again with the win-win-win solution. It's got to be good for everybody here. And we started throwing out all kinds of ideas. The southwest corner seemed to make the most sense, as just dimensionally, it's really tight. It's hard to get things to fit just right down there. Also, it is where that transition happens between existing and proposed development, right? There's a blend of urban fabric there. And so this was a good opportunity to target that area for a new pocket park. If we put a pocket park there, what happens? We still need that win for the developer where it's a financially feasible project. Well, we looked and we tried to find some efficiencies here. Luckily, we had planned some redundancy in the street network. So that private alley that's outlined in the image on the left, that was proposed to go through, but it directly abutted an existing public alley. And so there's some overlap there. Well, we said, let's eliminate the redundancy. We've got overlap. Let's tap into that existing alley and use it. And that allowed us to gain some space back and displace those townhomes from where there's now Pocket Park along that southern end. So that's kind of how that move occurred. And this was, again, our idea of let's find that win-win-win for everybody here. So that is what is in front of you tonight, is this final site plan C option. And here it is kind of all cleaned up. You can see the Pocket Park on the bottom left, the emergency bike pedestrian access that connects the Front Street to Harper Street. You can see the existing public alley that it will be paved and improved. I think right now it's like 8 or 9 feet dirt alley, and so that'll be paved and improved as part of this project. And you can see the new townhome units there just north of Little Italy. We were able to accomplish all that with only losing 1 dwelling unit and increasing the park space by over 15,000 square feet. All of the commercial space was left untouched. So I think you can see just the amount of time and effort that the applicant team, staff, the neighbors have put into this development to bring something that we really think is going to be successful for everybody. And tonight, we're just asking that you approve the rezone application, the amendment to the framework plan, and then the preliminary plat and the preliminary PUD, with the condition that we move forward with this site plan option C. That seems to be the winner amongst the 3 parties. With that, I can take questions. We've got our team for questions as well.
Okay. Council members, do you have questions, clarifying questions? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
Thank you for that presentation. I had one question that follows up on a question of Councilmember Dickinson before. Do you have concerns about east-west movement through the development?
Concerns, I'll be honest, connectivity is better than no connectivity, right? But I think the level we have is going to be fine for the scale of that development. We do have the connection through the parking lot to the north. If you absolutely have to get east to west internal to that development, it's not a street, but there's still a connection there.
Okay. And then I guess my other question is just about sort of the overall amount of parking. We, as a city, we have eliminated parking minimums for this type of development. And I'm just wondering, you feel like the amount of parking is appropriate, is not too much?
Yeah, I do, especially for the residential piece. Commercial is hard to, especially along South Boulder Road there. It's hard to lease commercial space if you don't have any parking. So we want to make sure we still have enough that's going to be an active retail space and not sit vacant. So that's the predominant demand of that larger parking lot there.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Kern.
Thanks. Again, I'll reiterate, I really appreciate the effort that you and your team put in working with our staff and working with the community members. I think that kind of collaboration is exactly what Louisville asks for, and you're doing that, so thank you. I know that takes a lot of extra time and work on your part. I actually just have one question about the use of the deed restricted, the number of units that are going to be for sale versus for rent. Could you maybe describe that idea and that plan a little bit more?
Let me bring Jason up for that one.
Hi, Jason Markell, 5450 Central Ave in Boulder. Yeah, so on the deed restricted portion, we are still, trying to discern if we're going to have some, rental, because we have a lot of different configurations. We have some that's mixed use, some that's multifam, and some, that's, townhome. So we're sort of still deciding if things are going to be fully rental on the multifam, but then, for sale on the, mixed use area, and sort of trying to assess how the market demands that.
The for sale properties then, have you given consideration to, or would you give consideration to having an owner occupied requirement, or set a minimum or a maximum amount that would be allowed to be non-owner occupied?
On owner occupied with, we do a decent amount of developments, and this comes up a lot. And so we have our CC&Rs that do have owner occupied, restrictions on there and covenants. So yeah, we take that into account, and we enforce that when we're selling.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Others? Before we take public comment, I actually want to make it sort of to get a little bit of a sense of council, because one, it's a complicated set of circumstances and lots of, you can have a seat if you want. Just don't go away. Your subpoena is still in effect. There's a lot of moving parts to this, and I appreciate staff, appreciate the applicant, and really appreciate the community. I think this is, it's rather extraordinary, actually. A lot of these kinds of things just fall apart. This one has had its moments, and may still have its moments, but people are kind of hanging in there and have had, at least what I perceive to be an incredibly rich dialogue. And a project comes out of this, it's going to be because of a lot of hands working together. So, but I do want to find out a little bit from council whether, as a sort of preliminary matter, whether given the application and the changes, and particularly the Planning Commission's recommendation at the Front Street connection be limited to bikes, peds, and emergency vehicles, if that is a direction that council is interested in going, my bet is that there's probably, it might change public comment a little bit, and I want to not have to force everybody to go through a very long discussion if there's support in that direction. So if there's support in that direction, it would be good to know that right now. Yes, go ahead.
I strongly support that direction. The Planning Commission did a good job.
Others? And I'm not trying to force anything. I just want to push things along if we all are in the same camp. Councilmember Dickinson?
Yeah, I think I'm in a position to support it. I think we still need to talk about it, obviously, because I think, there are some major negative impacts for the city of Louisville with that traffic pattern potentially, but it sounds like I think I'm supportive of this solution. I think it's the right solution. It's not an easy choice for me, but yeah, I will likely be supporting what we have in front of us.
And I should have, that's a little bit unfair because we haven't had any public comment yet. There are 2 rounds of public comment for an ordinance, and we haven't had our full discussion. And there may be other questions. I'm just trying to get a sense of what the scope of that is likely to be. Yes, Councilmember Hamilton. Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton.
We'll get there. I am, based on the information we have in front of us and what we've heard from the community, what I'm hearing is that the resolution in front of us tonight beautifully aligns a bunch of different needs from the developer and community and city. So hearing things about emergency access on Front Street, the public park, the alley improvements. So where we're at right now, I think we're at a good spot from my perspective at this point in time.
Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
I would agree with those remarks.
And just to sort of end this little flourish, it is 5 to 8. We usually take a break about now for 5 minutes. If we can take a break right now, I think we'll launch directly into public comment right after, okay? And we'll get to it. And so 5 minutes from now is 8 o'clock, straight up. Thanks. Betty, we're getting ready to start again. Come on, Gene, I'm going to have to back you away from the dais. All right. Okay. If everybody can sit down, we'll get some public comment going. All right, thank you very much. We're back on, and I am betting that we have some public comment. All right, so again, just briefly, 3 minutes, unless you're ceding your time to somebody, and if you're one of those people, then you can speak for a total of 6. But she was going to just call your name up, be ready to go. We may have it on deck and in the hole as well. So who's up?
First up is Linda Adams, followed by Linda Cataora. I'm sorry, I screwed that up.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate your comments before the break in moving this conversation forward, because half my notes are now no longer valid.
That was
so
my
thank
hope.
you for that. And all I'll be doing now is saying great things about Louisville. I'm a resident of Delo, and when I decided to leave Boulder, I chose Louisville out of all of the places in the greater metro area because of the quality and placement of the new townhomes that I'm living in, that also allow access to the historical town. With the alternative plan on the table, to which both residents and the developer have agreed, I would hope the council would choose this win-win, and someone said win scenario, there were 3 wins in there, the win-win-win-win-win scenario that endorses the Planning Commission's amendment. Louisville is a good-sized town which should be looking to maintain its heart, its small-town charm, and embracing the marvelous history of the area. When I first moved to Colorado in 1998, we purchased a Markel home in Boulder. I know him to be a builder and developer of integrity and character. If, in his opinion, the revised plan meets his needs and also reflects the desires and needs of the community, I would sincerely hope that the council would support the proposal. As such, I would specifically request your support to uphold the Planning Commission's amendment, making the Front Street connection emergency access only, and approve the PUD only with an amendment requiring the revised concept plan to be used for all future planning steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Next up is Linda Cataora, followed by Mark Zeman.
I'm Linda Cataora. I'm a resident of Little Italy, 1439 Front Street. I was born in Boulder. I live in Louisville. I've been here for over 30 years. So I've seen this development plan back before these guys, how it went from 53 houses to 188. I don't even want to talk about it. But I will say I really respect these developers for working with the neighborhood and listening to our concerns and coming back to the table with new design plans and really trying to make it work. So if we could get some beefy language in there that the Front Street would be closed, emergency access only, bicycles, pedestrians, fine, and that the alleyway be improved and the city then maintain it, I would really appreciate that. And I guess that's all I have to say.
Very much, Linda.
Next up is Mark Zeman, followed by Susan Massey.
Hello. I first would like to thank everybody involved here, especially the developer. I've been looking at different projects for 30 years in that lot, and the previous owner, he would talk to us and everything, and what he was thinking about before he'd even bring it to the table. This kind of caught us off guard a little bit, but they came to the table. The Front Street connection cannot happen for me. It's going to increase. It's a street that goes to a nowhere T, and traffic's going to back up, and people are going to cut through. So I really support this latest plan. I think a lot of work's gone into it, and that the language, like everybody else says, the language has to be in the language of this meeting has to be that it can't be changed down the road. I like to stay here for the remainder part of my life and enjoy the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Next up is Susan Massey, followed by Terry Johnson.
Hi. I'd like to say I stand with the Little Italy residents in wanting the revised plan codified, and I do appreciate how much this has changed in the last year that I've been following it. I do want to make 3 points that might be a little bit different. I really support the more residential density and less commercial. We don't really need any more sort of drywall body bags with storefront, so yay. I do think that parking could be reconsidered, given there's a shift in use maybe. I don't know. West Side waiver. There was a proposal to have a kind of variance for that setback along the west side with the train tracks. I do think if you're going to reduce that setback, that means you're not going to have significant landscaping to reduce the heat gain that's on that west wall. And if you don't have room for that, then it probably needs to be compensated architecturally with rain screen or awnings or shade or something. But that in that trade, that there's some sort of architectural compensation for that west wall. Because if you talk to anybody who lives in North Main Apartments or Steel Ranch who lives on that west side, and they're not through their HOA able to put on awnings or anything, it's just really taking away people's ability to control their energy usage for such a brutal exposure. So anyway, I'd like to see some more consideration of that. Also noting that the back of these units will be facing Main Street, so design considerations, knowing the prominence of those back elevations are definitely going to be part of the Main Street language. And I really just want to say that micro-housing really shouldn't be used in the same breath with affordable or attainable, because the price per square footage is incredibly high, because we know it's very expensive to build exterior walls as compared to interior space, and when that ratio goes up, I mean, if you were hungry and you found that you could buy a quarter of a tablespoon of caviar, because yes, you can afford a quarter of a tablespoon of caviar, I mean, is that a good use of money for hunger? No, these are incredibly expensive units, even if they're attainable because they're only the size of a hotel room. I would really love to see more multi-family or even units that were designed to be sort of bought as ground and upper level and later subdivided for changes in the way your family is through multiple generations, kind of like an ADU kind of flexibility. Anyway, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Next up is Terry Johnson, followed by Anita Menendez.
Terry Johnson here. I'm a resident of Little Italy and also a former land planner for local government, so I know how these guys feel. I just want to say thank you to my community. They've been amazing. We're clearly all on the same page. A lot of things I have to say are what they've said here tonight, and really also, of course, the developer. It's not been easy, it's not been easy working together, and I think it's been a really big deal that two groups, maybe not totally on the same page in the beginning, have come together and have really given a little bit. Every one of us, the city, the developers, the town, we've given a little bit to come to agreement on what we have here with Plan C. I do want to iterate that that through road, through Harper Street, it has been mentioned again that was kind of always an original way to make an interconnectivity, and that aligns with the plan. I don't agree with that, and simply because once DALO was constructed, once they did decide to make that a parking lot across from that throughway, it does make a T connection now right at a rail stop and kind of where kids are always crossing. So I do think that while it's going to be a little tightness with, of course, with everything, we're still going from like that thoroughway being an F grade to an F grade, whether we make that connection or not. And this way, we have a win for our community, we have a win for the developers, and we do need these housing units. So that's the number one goal of our housing plan, is to create units. And nobody in our community has really been against that from the beginning. These are going to be our new neighbors. And so we're really excited to have a nice connection between their neighborhood and ours. And it's going to be pedestrian friendly, it's going to be kid friendly, and it's going to have a little park to connect our two communities. And so I'm just really appreciative of all the work that we've done. And I really hope that we can strengthen that language a little bit with that condition, just to make sure, just to make me feel a little more comfy, that we're going to make sure we have that emergency access, and that the longevity of this decision goes forward with any staff continuing going forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up is Anita Menendez, followed by Kevin Lombardo.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you so much for your service. I am Anita Menendez, Little Italy resident of 11 years. Tonight, Little Italy proudly stands here in alignment with the city planning and the builder, probably something you don't see too often. The revised plan was developed with input from all of us, but it doesn't replace the current plan unless you require it to, and that distinction matters. Our request is straightforward: 3 design elements that can't be removed later: the Front Street connection, the corner of Harper and Front remaining a public park, and the Harper Alley must be improved and protect our alley access to our property. We all know South Boulder and Highway 42 is a failed intersection. We all know that developers' traffic study showed over a 900% increase in traffic in Little Italy, without even considering all the kids and bikes. Things like Bike to School Day will go away. I relocate people from all over the world to Boulder County, over 100 families in the last 5 years. Just this last summer, 15 families, 11 of them chose Louisville because of the small town character. They want Bike to School Day, so let's keep that. The revised plan addresses the safety and access, preserves the small town character and livability while only impacting the development by 1 unit. So please approve option C, only with the 3 amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina.
Next up is Kevin Lombardo, followed by Dustin Sagrillo.
Kevin Lombardo. I'm a Louisville resident, and I don't live in this. I'm a Ward 2 guy, as you probably all know. This is amazing, I think, to see. You know, we stand at the precipice of a new comprehensive plan that really highlights growth quite a bit. That growth is only going to be successful if we do more of this, where we have developers and residents and the city all working together to get these win-win-win situations. So, I don't know, just kudos to everyone involved. This is great. Let's do more of this, and let's keep sending that message that this is the kind of city that Louisville is. So, thank you all.
Thanks, Kevin.
Next up is Dustin Sagrillo, followed by Andre Armijo.
Hi, I'm Dustin Sagrillo. I'm a small town character that lives in Little Italy. And I had this hat made special for this meeting, and I'm going to have a lot more made if this doesn't go my way. So, yes, I was going to talk a lot about the Front Street, mainly for me, the cut through, not necessarily the people that are going to go downtown and have dinner. But the people that are racing from Boulder, they see the traffic at 42 and South Boulder. They say, I can cut through here and go down Griffith, and then our neighborhood becomes a racetrack. I don't care if the other people that live there want to come down the street, but it's the racetrack I want to avoid. I was 16 once. I drove past Mark's house quite a bit at that age. It's probably why he doesn't want that to be opened up. So, compatibility with the neighborhood, the buffer, the aesthetic buffer is important. I know that how it's drawn, currently, it's not an aesthetic buffer. It's like a stark difference. We may not get there. Connectivity in the alley. So in the drawings, you've seen the two not platted properties. And I think there's more to the story there. I think the corner, the larger of the two, and I'm not going to speak for them, but as far as I know, they could make a case for that getting platted. The one that is currently not being platted or against it, it's an Old Town resident. The family is not being advised properly. They think it's going to hurt the property value. And that's not my opinion, and I'm in real estate, that would hurt it. I think it would help it. I think it would help the community. I think it would help, like Caleb said, to get the people on the west side over so that they can take Cannon Circle and go down 42. And it's not my property, so I get that. But there is an alley there, and it's been there for 100 years, so you could make a case for adverse possession. You could make a case for eminent domain and actually make that happen and make this work better than if you were to say, nah, screw it, let's make let's open up Front Street. 44 seconds. Attainable housing. Whenever you hear permanently affordable, deed restriction, permanently affordable housing, think permanently poor housing. If you deed restrict something and its appreciation is locked, you don't get the equity. How we grow and build families and wealth is with equity, not with permanently a deed restricted housing. If you're going to do that, you might as well rent, because then the landlord will replace the furnace when it goes out. If you're living in a deed restricted property, then you get to replace the furnace, but you don't get the equity at the end. So this idea that that's a solution here is not attainable. That's a crazy word. Everything's attainable if you've got enough money. So let's throw that out. Micro townhome, that's not true.
Justin, I apologize. Your 3 minutes is up.
Those are condos. Let's build more condos. Let's sell them.
Next up is Andre Armijo, followed by Micah Abram.
How's everybody doing tonight? My name is Andre Armijo, and I live in Little Italy, and born and raised in Boulder. And honestly, I got really sick of Boulder because of all the growth, all the development. The main reason why I moved to Louisville was the open space fields. Everything was so quiet. When I bought my house in Little Italy, which was about 21 years ago, and everything was laid back, okay? Quiet, just peaceful, beautiful. I really don't want Louisville to turn into Boulder, to tell you the truth, honestly, because I love Louisville, and it is so peaceful here. And, all this new development, like some of it is nice, but it's getting a little bit overwhelming, honestly, to tell you the truth. And I just don't want more gentrifying of what basically Boulder has become. I grew up there, and I honestly would not move back to Boulder. You can give me $1 million, and I would not move back to Boulder. And I love Louisville. I've been here 21 years now, and I don't know. I just hope it doesn't become like Boulder, and it's just so peaceful, just the way it is right now. And the more development we get, it's going to be gentrified, and I do not want that. We need more open fields, open space, and another thing too is we can't have Front Street open. So I do appreciate your guys' conclusion on putting emergency blockage there where Front Street is. But please keep that. Do not change that, because if you do change that 5, 10, 15, 20 years, it's going to be a really bad issue for the whole community because just like everybody else said, people are going to be speeding through, trying to be a racetrack, trying to get to South Boulder Road or Highway 42 or cutting across the railroad and so forth. So yeah, that's going to be a really big issue. So please, please keep that in mind and do not change that, please, because it's going to be way too congested if you keep that front street open. Thank you. Appreciate my time.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Micah Abram, and my husband, Andy Moss, and I live in Louisville's Little Italy, along with our 13-year-old daughter, Annabelle. I'm a parent of a student who is currently at Louisville Middle School, and that's why safety, especially for children and neighbors, has been central to my engagement in this process. Front and Griffith Streets are part of a daily walking and biking route used by students, families traveling to the middle school as well as downtown. Making Front Street emergency only reduces risk. Exactly the places where kids, families, pets are most vulnerable. This approach aligns with the city's safe routes to school commitments, as well as the transportation master plan and the realities on the ground. For my family, this isn't abstract planning language. It's the route our daughter takes when she walks to school or downtown. The corner where the kids wait on their e-bikes and meet up with friends, and the moments each day when neighbors cross paths and see each other. Keeping traffic out of that space isn't about convenience, it's about care. The revised concept plan reflects that care, and it exists because people were willing to show up, listen, and work together, something we can all be proud of. I also want to acknowledge the ongoing good faith efforts between the neighborhood, the developer, and the city. Tonight, I ask you to please approve option C, the Coal Creek Village PUD, only with amendments that uphold emergency-only access on that Front Street connection. Designate that improved alleyway as a city right-of-way. Include the neighborhood park as well, and require the revised concept plan, option C, to guide all future planning and permitting. This process has shown me that community safety, respect, and understanding don't come from one gesture. They come from people being willing to listen, adjust, and work toward shared solutions. When we do that, we don't just improve a plan. We strengthen the places our families call home. Thank you. Thank you for your time and your thoughtful vote tonight.
Thank you very much, Micah.
Next up is Laurel Danoff Sangrillo, and she has pulled time with Joyce Gaglio.
Hi, I am Laurel Danoff Sagrillo. I live on Front Street, the block in question of Front Street. I want to thank you all very much for your work here. It's become really clear to me in the last year and a half since we've been working on this how important your voices and how effective your decisions are on the residents of Louisville. So I'm here to ask for 3 things from you tonight. They're things you've heard already, but it is so important to my neighborhood and to our block in particular that you uphold the Planning Commission's, recommendation to keep Front Street emergency access only. Don't take their decision lightly. It was the result of years of work by the citizens of Louisville, and it's not a common thing for the Planning Commission to go against the recommendation of the Planning Department. It was, you know, I just hope that you can respect how important that decision was. Number 2 was to please adopt the revised plan, Plan C, as the only plan going forward. I know that you're going to be approving this PUD. It solves tons of problems that Louisville is having. The comp plan, the housing plan, the traffic plan, it aligns with so much that we need in Louisville. The new plan really works better for everyone, as you've heard. And, you know, I'm not opposed to the development. When I moved into Little Italy 11 years ago, I knew that both DELO was going to go in and that this site would be developed. What I am opposed to is not being heard as a citizen of Louisville and to not being considered as a resident of the closest and the only adjacent neighborhood. We are the ones who will be truly affected, and I think that's an important piece. Number 3 is to remove the words and Amendment 8 from future plans and discussions. We've talked about that. There's lots of places in tonight's packet where it says that that's what will happen should this new plan get adopted. But know that we're nervous. Know that also we came into this being pretty sure that we thought the planning department was still going to stand up and say Front Street should go through. So we came with all the reasons why Front Street should not go through. I'm about to tell you them. It would be very helpful in this collaborative process that we'd had if you can keep that really, really clear for us, that we'll get the park, that Front Street will stay closed, that the alleyway will be that's why we've asked for really specific language. So understand that I have spent the last year and a half learning about this, compiling information, meeting with the Markel team, who has been fabulous. Thank you, guys. And with Matt Post in particular, who has also been really helpful, and with all of the neighbors. So, you know, this info that I'm giving you is a very distilled version of a really complicated group of issues that we've been talking about for a year and a half. I explained it to you in an email with more detail. I hope that you guys have read it. I do want to point out that what Sam said is not correct. The Planning Commission did not agree, nor did the neighborhood agree to that weird little bump where cars could still drive over, but the Planning Commission said no, close it for emergency access. And that's what the neighborhood wants as well. My 3 main points of opposition to the original plan were the alleyway maintenance and the availability. That weird double alley situation was not great planning, and I really want my neighbors on Harper Street to be able to access their alley. This plan solves that problem, even if the alley were to close at Highway 42, which we've talked about. There's access from the new development into the alley, and so that's awesome. Number 2, the park and open space and buffer situation. I'm not going to do the argument about the land dedication thing tonight. I hear it's being talked about in the comp plan and all that's being addressed, and that's really great. Look, there was no land dedication ask in the original plan. The developer has included a park, which is lovely. And the best part about that is that they've located in that southwest corner, which provides a really blessed buffer between our little funny Little Italy houses and these really tall modern houses. So it's really important to us that buffer between the historic neighborhood and old school neighborhood and this really modern thing that's about to go in happens. Most importantly is the Front Street closing to through traffic. It's 900% more traffic in front of my house every day. If it opens, it'll drastically change my way of life, my quality of life, possibly the value of my home, definitely the face of the historic neighborhood. But more importantly, it will pose an inexcusable safety risk to our kids and families as traffic is funneled straight towards the middle school with intersections already a mess twice a day. The traffic study I was realizing doesn't actually account for the fact that it's weird timing. It's 8:45 and 3:45 is when it's a mess on that whole area. So if it doesn't go into the middle
Laurel, I
school-
apologize, your time is up.
Gosh, it goes fast. Okay, I just wanted to say thank you again. Appreciate all your hard work.
Thanks, Laurel.
Next up is Mr. Shervanek, followed by Lindsay Denault.
I'd like to speak tonight about public safety. A previous speaker used the terminology.
State your name.
Christopher Shervanek. A previous speaker spoke about or used the terminology of racetrack. I'm referring to both Harper and Griffin Streets. They go east and west, and Harper is a lot skinnier than Griffin is, but my experience has been a victim of a front-end collision on a street similar to Griffin. And I see the only same dangers on the Griffin with the heavy increase in traffic. I was eastbound on a street like Griffin, impacted head-on by someone going westbound on an uphill grade like Griffin is, slight uphill, but they had pedaled to the metal and really impacted my life. And I hate to say it, but I can only see the same thing, the increased traffic and the speed of that traffic. I've spent a lot of time on Griffin Street, and sometimes those cars are really, really flying. I'd hope that you take that into consideration in the decision you make. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher.
Next up is Lindsay Denault, followed by Rita Zamora.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for the time for us to share our comments on this proposed development. I don't want to belabor the point. I think everybody here, I just echo what they've been saying. Just for my part, I grew up in Louisville, and when I moved back in 2016, I was really delighted to see that it had maintained its small town character. And I think that the city has done a great job of ensuring that development is done thoughtfully and deliberately, with safety being one of the top priorities. I live on Griffith Street, so I guess I'm Little Italy adjacent, and not technically, I'm on the other side of the street. But the traffic on Griffith can get very, people fly through there. And there is a lot of foot traffic, a lot of neighbors walking their dogs, obviously children going to school, and anything that we can do to keep the traffic down in that area, and by keeping Front Street closed except for emergency vehicle access would be greatly appreciated. So thank you again.
Very much.
Next up is Rita Zamora, followed by Michael McClure.
Hi, I'm Rita Zamora, and I live in the D-Lo townhomes. I have a unique perspective because I live right at the corner of Griffith and Cannon Street. I have been there for 10 years. I've worked remote for 10 years, so I'm home 24/7 and have a small dog. We don't have yards in the D-Lo townhomes, so I am out like at least 4 or 5 times a day. So I see what's going on with the traffic firsthand. I'm asking for planning that balances growth and safety first, kind of echoing what a lot of my neighbors have said, keeping safety in mind first and foremost, and then also the special character that Little Italy really has. And specifically, I'm asking City Council for 2 things. Number 1, uphold the Planning Commission's amendment that makes the Front Street connection emergency vehicle access only. And second, approve the PUD only with an amendment requiring the revised concept plan to guide all future planning steps. One of the biggest concerns is the Front Street connection. Obviously, living right on Griffith Street, please keep this emergency access only for safety. The initial proposed Front Street connection route would route additional traffic from a known congested intersection at South Boulder Road and Highway 42 through a 3-block historic neighborhood and a school where kids are walking every morning and afternoon from Ziggy's to the middle school. We see them, especially on Wednesday when it's a late start. They're back and forth there. The traffic study, I respect that time that was put into that and resources. It does include the D-Low boom estimates, but that section for D-Low boom has been under development supposedly for 10 years, and it is still, unknown what's going to happen there. So we're going to have a tremendous amount of traffic increase from that as well. So we need to keep that in mind. And I can tell you the neighborhood streets are very narrow. An example of this is the yield to pedestrian state law crosswalk that's been in front of my house. Hit so many times it has been replaced 6 or 7 times since 2020 when I initially requested it, and now it's never been replaced. They got so tired of replacing it, I guess. So please recognize these concerns. Keep the Front Street connection emergency vehicle access only. I ask that City Council please hear us, use its authority now to approve the PUD with only the amendments that reflect the Planning Commission's recommendation and require the revised concept plan for now and moving forward. So thank you so much for your time.
Next up is Michael McClure, followed by Jet Sandoval.
Good evening. Thank you very much for your time. I know this is coming out of your nights on a regular basis, and we really appreciate what you guys are doing. These positions are really difficult. Thank you, Council and Mr. Mayor.
Can you state your name?
My name is Michael McClure, and I also live on Griffith. And I've worked from home for a long time, and it's kind of funny that Rita Zamora was just talking about this, because that sound is the sound the middle of the night, during the day, while I'm on a conference call, any other time, that little crosswalk sign that they put in the middle of the street where but it's floppy, it can do that. Well, when people run into it, they slam it down and it slams back up and it makes this very particular noise. I was rejoicing actually when they just finally stopped replacing it. They did destroy, it got destroyed so many times, but it is an indicator of the traffic on Griffith Street and that challenge. And that 42 on one end, Louisville Middle School on the other end. I really, really believe strongly that Plan C, we should just lock in Plan C. Like, let's just lock it in, make sure we close that traffic from coming south. We just can't handle the traffic. Not to mention the e-bikes. I will not go further on that one. I'm sure you've heard about that. But point being, Plan C, let's lock in Plan C. I think you've heard it over and over and over again. You will be hearing more and more about traffic because we're looking at D-Low boom next, the next development that's going to be talked about between Highway 42, again, another development between Highway 42, Griffith Street, and then the railroad tracks. So that's just going to bring more traffic, more density, the same kind of conversations. I believe at some point we are going to have to do, I don't know what to do. I wish I knew. Traffic is going to become along Griffith Street and the way it terminates at the LMS. I don't know what is going to have to happen, but something's going to have to happen about that. So we obviously will be back when we talk about Louisville boom. I will be returning, as I expect many of our members of the same group here to come back to that. But the traffic thing isn't going away in this unique slice that we have. 42 South Boulder Road, railroad tracks, it just creates a choke point. And I appreciate the city, particularly Mr. Post. Thank you very much for flexing and understanding that while planning systems like grid systems are really important, we know it, this is somewhat different and perhaps a unique scenario. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
Next up is Jet Sandoval, and she's pooling time with Daniel Alejandre.
Yes.
Hi. I emailed you these photos, but as I talk about it, I'm hoping you can look at it. It should be new.
To the clerk, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All of them?
And,
All of them. Take them all.
and can you, yeah. We don't usually have people approach the dais like that, but
I
go ahead.
so apologize. I'm new to local politics, but I'm grateful you're still having me.
Yeah.
My name is Jet Sandoval, and I am a resident at 945 Griffith Street. My partner and I did buy the home last spring, understanding that a new development would be down the pike. And we are excited for our new neighbors. We are really interested in what it can do for the community, the economy, and also our property value. The safety is that biggest concern. What I printed for you is the email that I sent, which shows you on the map where our property is. And similarly, I feel like I have a unique stance in all of this because we live on the corner of Front and Griffith, and we're the only residential home that is in between Front Street and the railroad. So all the trains that come by, any traffic that comes, stops in front of my house. Those are my friends. And I want to feel okay about that, knowing that there will be a new development and my fears that traffic will only get worse there. I've outlined in detail that at times in front of our house, when a train comes by up to 5 times a day, there can be in between 6 to 8 cars that are backed up, which takes us going east, sometimes heading towards Cannon. People in Delo probably also have seen that traffic too and are impacted by that. And so our driveway is between our house and the railroad tracks. So our driveway is just one car comes and our driveway is blocked. So you can imagine what it would be like if there was a connection with Front Street. I think I want to unbrand the Front Street connection. I think we can just maintain its separation with a nice little emergency access only. And my ask is that the emergency access only is explicitly written into the amendments that you put in place and is solidified, because as all my neighbors have said, the importance is of safety in our community is second to none. And we do hope to be raising a family. And I plan to watch my kids from the doorstep walk down to Louisville Middle, and I'm hoping that I'm not fearing the intense traffic. There's already cars that speed down. Some others have mentioned. It's remarkable. It will be in the middle of the night, and I will think that cars' suspensions are falling off because they're flying over the railroad. You would think that railroad tracks would be a deterrence to slow people down. It truly doesn't serve that purpose. And so in all of the plans that we have for this community and this development, I think we need to be remembering the trains that come by. And it sounds like in future plans, we're looking at a regional rail, which would then increase all of that congestion. Similarly, I want to point out on Highway 42 in Griffith, one of those intersections, just in the short time I've lived there, less than 1 year, I've seen with my own eyes 2 accidents, cars pulled over that crashed. And so for me, that's already symbolic of, like many have said, the failing traffic patterns around. And I think there are a lot of other creative solutions that could play in well with the new development, such as a roundabout, creating multi-directional traffic circulation around our areas that would connect Delo, Little Italy, and this new development that is in question. And I have a strong belief that we should not rely on tricks with GPS systems, right? Kind of this idea of hoping that the GPS doesn't pick up on the fact that, you could drive through is really concerning to me. And so one ask that I have, and I feel very strongly about, and I do know there are other neighbors who would agree, is that we could codify in writing, perhaps an amendment as well, that street that has that emergency access only could be named something other than Front Street. Because I do think it would be playing tricks on people to name it Front Street if it doesn't connect. We know the grid is somewhat dead, rest in peace. It was a lovely idea, but this neighborhood is going to create so much viability for more walkers, pedestrians, bikers who can go and use those businesses like King Super, the gym, Dollar Tree, Shamrock, all of those awesome businesses. And I'm just really grateful for the collaboration that I have seen from Markel. I go really hard on you guys, and you've responded awesomely. Their collaboration has been stellar, and I think what we want as community members is to just see you guys hear our voices and know that we're for this. I think we have a history of being maybe less than supportive, and now we're at a place where we feel good, but we need y'all to put these small things in writing about that alleyway being revitalized, being managed by the city, making sure our residents still have that access, the park dedication, and making sure it is emergency access only, and don't reuse the name Front Street, please. Thank you so much for your time. This was great fun.
Next up is Lauren Foster, who is pooling time with Kathy Stevens.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here so late. This is our neighborhood's fourth meeting here, speaking about these concerns. And so I just want to thank my neighbors for coming out again, hopefully for the final time. I want to thank Jason, Sam, and Joel personally for collaborating with us on this vastly improved redesign. I want to thank Matt for helping coordinate these meetings, offering us space, supporting the conversations, providing feedback, and working with the city to agree to the redesigned concept. We are 95% of the way to a win-win-win for all involved here, but without you, City Council, the Little Italy neighborhood could be left in a tenuous condition. My name's Lauren Foster. I'm a Colorado native and Little Italy resident. This has been a long journey, and a lot of us in the neighborhood have read every single city plan cover to cover and looked at the context. In August, we sent an email proposing something very close to this final redesign with the words win-win-win, and we are grateful to the Planning Commission for finally hearing us and responding directly. As a result of that meeting, we are grateful to the developer and city for finally sitting down with us at the table in November 2025 to discuss that plan. I don't want to belabor the points my neighbors have already clearly explained, but I do want to quickly summarize our biggest concern since you all have not been at those previous 3 meetings about the traffic. If you are at all conflicted in your minds about city policies for the through street, please watch that Planning Commission hearing in full, where we used our time to discuss the city plans, good planning, and traffic study results directly. The commissioners said at the end of the meeting, Deborah Baskett said, quote, "I am persuaded by the neighbors that this is an untenable situation." Jeff Hurt said, quote, "I really feel like this development is going to have a detrimental effect," end quote. And David Bang said, "I'm even more concerned about the school and the limitations we have in that area. Let's have a connection, but for emergency access only." The redesign also establishes permanent Harper Alley access, which residents were told in writing was at risk with the previous design. The redesign maintains the historic character of Little Italy with a park at the corner of Harper and Griffith instead of 3-story modern townhomes, providing a buffer between old and new. Markel has gone to the trouble of sending out surveyors. Their planners and team have reviewed the rules and listened to the city's feedback, and Matt has said tonight the city is willing to adopt this redesign. The Planning Department drafted some bullets for you on page 32 of your packet, recommending approval with certain conditions. I am confident, since they worked with us and Markel to do this redesign, that the language was not intentionally left vague. However, staff can turn over. Sam mentioned tonight that in the last 5 years, they have had to work on this plan with 4 different Louisville planners. Obviously, we hope Matt can stay. But situations and politics can shift, and there are years ahead for the development to evolve. The bullet, as currently written, is not protective of the plan we have talked about tonight. Right now, while we have clear consensus, we need your help to set these hard-won changes clearly into the administrative record. I'm not going to approach this. I'm just going to go to Jenny.
Thank you.
If you could pass that down, that is just my recommended edits to the bullet as it was provided to you. The bullet currently reads, quote, "The improvements described in the traffic calming exhibit, attachment 8, including the front Harper Street design concept, shall be incorporated into the final PUD and plat applications, comma, subject to further staff review." Even Matt's updated resolution, which he shared with me during the break tonight, is not specific enough for a potential staff turnover or a shift in politics. To make this compromise actually protective of the time, effort, and needs of the neighborhood, the Planning Commission, your time, and their money, we need City Council to be very specific about the 3 amendments that actually meaningfully impact the Little Italy residents in your conditional approval. 1, the Front Street connection must be limited to emergency access only. And note, as Matt mentioned, the traffic calming exhibit should not be a part of any of this language because it is not relevant if you make it explicit that emergency access is the only part of that, as the Planning Commission did in their hearing, but which the current language does not do. 2, the Harper Alley must be improved and dedicated public right-of-way. And 3, the corner of Front Street and Griffith Street must have a park, no units. You all have seen developments go through. You know they will evolve. And a redesigned concept plan is a large, complicated situation that is under staff review, and staff can change. So please make these 3 parts of the plan explicit in your recommendation for approval, because otherwise they may not persist. And tonight, we have the unique opportunity to have clear consensus between the city, the developer, and the Little Italy residents. That's it. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. And again, I just want to really thank Jason, Sam, and Joel for coming to the table on this.
Thank you.
Next up is 1030 East South Boulder Road. And if you could state your name when you speak, please. It looks like you're muted on your end.
Yeah, hi, I'm pooling time with Eric Geller. My name is Robert Kulikowski. I'm the managing member of 1030 East South Boulder Road. I have a 1- and 2-year-old here running around, so I apologize in advance. I wanted to thank Matt for Mr. Post for all his help and support in this. And I'm not sure if he can pull up my parcel, but I own lot 2 of the subject property. It's apparent that the kind of squeaky wheel gets the attention, and I applaud Little Italy and the representatives, as well as the Markel team or the developer and the city for working together. But I want to make it very clear that although I've had discussions with the developer, not much has substantively come out of it. And there's common elements that I'm a part of. There's parking issues. There's encroachments where my property sits on their land. And none of these items are being addressed. I get a lot of, let's be cooperative, let's work together. But it doesn't result in any tangible conclusion. And that being said, I would just ask City Council to make a recommendation or requirement, as they did with SNARFs, to work out some of these items, as I don't even know if I'm excluded from this development plan, but I don't know if I'm required to be part of the HOA. You know, I don't know what parking is going to be allocated. I don't know what utility easements are going to be issued or not issued. You know, there stands to be significant six-figure cost for me in terms of utilities because this development is going through. I'm going to have to potentially pay for upgrades to the utilities, from the meter to the structure, in which I'm not receiving any benefits. The developer talks about, you know, walkability, bikeability, and that's not being implemented to my parcel and the subject property. The property is where Argento's Empanadas is located, but they're not putting connectivity currently to the main structure. They're not providing employee parking or customer parking. And they're suggesting and allocating just 2 parking spaces that are reserved for this business. And as the developer or representative testified, the marketability of the commercial spaces is based on parking. And, you know, in the past, there's been historic use and parking on that site, but they're taking all the common elements and turning it into buildings and developments and multifamily housing. And so I would once again ask that City Council condition the next hearing to make some significant progress on these items. As we'll figure it out, we'll work something out, but there's nothing concrete. I know, I'll be right there, sweetheart. Okay, no problem. That being said, I don't want to stand in the way of progress and growth, and I think the development has the potential to have a very positive impact on the community, but no one should suffer and everyone should be accounted for. And I'm just one person in one building that is on this property, but like I said, I am not part of this development. I don't have any say in the development, and none of the needs or the rights of the subject property, 1030 East South Boulder Road, are being acknowledged. There's not upgrades being proposed to the landscaping over there. There's no park where the old train depot platform sits. All the energy is put forth towards Little Italy, towards downtown Louisville, and this property is just being ignored and brushed over. And so, thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor. You know, thank you for the Planning Department, you know, and everyone that's involved. But I would just implore you to look at all the ownerships and all the rights and all the property owners and the impact that this can have, you know, on me specifically on this building, and not just ignore it. You know, as I said, it's just, you know, I feel like I'm being bullied, and you know, I had a bunch of communication with the developer today in lieu of this hearing tonight, you know, and requesting cooperation and support and a unified front. And I want to have that. And I'm optimistic that that group will implement the same path as they've done with Little Italy. But I'm also realistic that in the communications up to this point in the past year and a half, that has not happened. So I would just ask City Council to please condition the approval on sorting out exact HOA guidelines, sorting out encumbrances and lot line issues that exist between my property and this, and applying the same pedestrian path, the same access, the same parking they're talking about to support their development, but also support it with my parcel or lot 2.
Sir,
of
your
the
time is
subdivision.
up.
Okay.
Thanks, Robert.
Next up is Tamara Krantz.
Hi, can you? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tamar Krantz. I live in Louisville, but not in Little Italy. First, I'm really happy to see that this revised layout was worked out between the applicant and residents. I hope you'll make the conditions as explicit and specific as the residents feel is necessary to ensure that the details are included in the final plat. So I hope you'll take the time to make those changes to your conditions. I'm also very happy to see that the first affordable units will be built under our inclusionary housing ordinance. But as usual, in my 3 minutes, I want to focus on something that is wrong rather than something that is right. What's wrong with this proposal? This residential property requires a 15% public land dedication or fee in lieu, and it does not. Failure to comply with our code is going to harm future residents and could set the city up for future legal problems. I know I've said this at previous meetings, but if you read the entirety of section 16.16.060, it's very short, but in the context, there is no way that this interpretation, the application of the exception B4, makes any sense. Just to remind you in my 3 minutes, I think I can say, the exception B4 states that you don't need to comply with the 15% public land dedication if satisfactory dedication arrangements were made and approved by the city council at the time of annexation or previous subdivision of the property. The word "and" requires both conditions in this sentence to be made. While it was previously subdivided, the non-existent previous public land dedication is not satisfactory. You might want to dig deeper into why the staff analysis now is giving a different reason for not requiring a public land dedication than was provided before. Before they stated that this exception applied, but now the staff analysis has weakened the reasoning. The analysis attributes this decision to a decade-old decision predating current staff and predating this application. There's nothing in our code that requires adherence to an established interpretation, I say that in quotes, especially one that doesn't comply with our current code. Though I strongly prefer that a dedication be made to meet the needs of the future community, it would be simple to add a condition that the fee in lieu for the public land dedication be paid. Again, failure to comply with this code is going to harm future residents. I hope you'll take the time to discuss this requirement. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tamara.
That's it.
I just wanted to let the sound of silence ring for just a minute. Appreciate all of the public comment that we've had. That's our first round of public comment. Not to encourage everybody to speak again, but you're going to get a chance to do that after we have some questions here. So the first, I ask if any council members have questions. I'm just going to insert one of them since it's on my mind. The question that was just raised about the public land dedication, and this is really a question for the city attorney, is I know that the interpretation, you're probably familiar with the interpretation that the staff has given to the public land dedication rule and the history of this property. And I just wanted to find out if it's whether you have any additional opinion or thought about the question that was raised.
Sure. I only recently became aware of the staff interpretation, was not involved in prior discussions. Don't know if the former city attorney had been. In my opinion, I think the language of the ordinance is pretty clear, and if there isn't a arrangement that had been made for the dedication in a previous subdivision, then the council would be within its rights to require that now,
You say within its rights to require it,
to apply the ordinance,
that is to require it.
to require it, yes.
All right. Okay. Other questions of council members? Yes. Councilmember Hefner, then Councilmember Cooperman.
Yeah, thanks. Did you guys get a copy of this? Could you just answer whether these are somewhere on the PUD, and if so, is that something you could pull up? Or not exactly this language, but is there sort of similar language somewhere on the PUD?
Right, so I think what we're looking at and what we want to propose ultimately, assuming the direction is approving that alternative plan, which is what's before you, is that we would change the resolution or add a condition to the resolution that you would all be approving the revised site layout included as attachment B to the staff report and specifying that. So that does include the number 1 and 3 very explicitly on the plan. So I don't think we'd have to have separate conditions about that. The alley being improved, I don't believe that, so the alley being approved is not included on the plan, so that would have to be a separate condition.
Thank you.
Follow that? Do you need me to restate it?
Yeah, it might be helpful just briefly if you could pull up that site layout and just show the, what's marked on there regarding the emergency access.
Yep.
I think there's just maybe some confusion as between the resolution text and what appears on the planning document.
So I can see if I can zoom. I can't zoom in here necessarily, but you can see in the bottom left portion, it specifically calls out the area as emergency access only. It doesn't explicitly call for the alley improvement, but the alley improvement is shown in the dark gray lines, which is a new on the revision. But to Director Zaccaro's point, it doesn't specifically say alley improvements, but again, the grayed out areas are reflective of asphalt or concrete improvements and impervious surfaces that were not on the version of the previous plan. So we can add that. And what was the third one? I'm sorry.
The park.
Oh, and then the park, and then the park is reflected on the revised site layout.
And so just to be clear, the resolution with the language Rob just mentioned would essentially incorporate this attachment by reference. The language on there that says emergency vehicle only incorporated in what we're doing.
Yeah, and that was the intent of the original condition as it was presented in the staff report as well.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, if I could, I just wanted to add a little bit of additional discussion about the public land dedication piece as well. So I think that, as staff looked at this, we were looking back at the 2015 approval. And it's not that we were interpreting the code in any particular way, but we were applying it. And I think based on many previous approvals of previously platted land, that it appeared that the practice of the city was that if it had been previously platted, that we wouldn't be asking for a public land dedication. Clearly, the code language says what it says, and there's the authority to do so. And so when you look at this property, I want to point out just a couple of things that I think are important. There's about a 1 acre part of this property that was previously platted in 1978. And we first adopted our public land dedication in 1973. So I don't have documentation that there was a public land dedication for that 1 acre property. So that's where the train cars were and those old commercial buildings that were recently tore down. That was platted and developed in 1978 after we had public land dedication requirements. So we could, if you do want to apply the public land dedication requirements, we would need to verify before final plat and whether there was an actual public land dedication, but it seems that there would have been just because of the timing of the ordinance adoption. The rest of the property was platted in, I think, 1892. We definitely didn't have public land dedication requirements in 1892 when that was previously platted. So I just wanted to provide that context of that we felt like, based on past decisions, that the city as a whole had been implementing that code language in a particular way. And it very clearly says council has, the authority to do that if there hadn't been a public land dedication with that previous plat. So I hope that doesn't go against anything city attorney said either. Just wanted to provide that clarification.
Okay. We can talk about it, I think, when we get further along. You've got questions, Councilmember Koopman? You have? Okay. Go ahead. And then,
a question for staff. Have we contemplated any traffic calming on Griffith Street in connection with this development?
There were recommendations in the traffic impact study for improvements on Griffith Street that would have equated to traffic calming. But again, those were recommended in the event of a through connection on Front Street.
Okay, but
I'll just add that we are looking separately at the Griffith crosswalk that was referenced with the sign always getting hit. So there's a possibility of adding a traffic calming in that area with the upcoming within the next year or two.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I would just add, we wouldn't anticipate that the developer adding traffic calming to a road if there wasn't access from their development to that road. So it would likely be a city project, not a developer project.
Okay. And then my other question, I had thought about asking earlier about there only being 2 parking spaces allocated for the Empanada place. And now I'm wondering if staff or the applicant could speak a little bit to the concerns that were raised in the public comments about that lot. And I mean, it also looks like in the plans that there are certain improvements planned for that lot. So I'm curious about all of that.
Yeah, happy to talk about lot 2 and our. Can you turn your mic on? Is that working now? Okay, Jason Markel. Yeah, so we've been having ongoing negotiations. There's a current CC&R and HOA agreement between our 2 properties that have existed since the 70s. In that agreement, we have parking and access, and so throughout this process, with the help of the city and our attorneys, we've been installing 2 dedicated spaces in our parking lot to accommodate, which is what it outlines in the agreement. And so in our negotiations, which now we're on probably 5 different agreements, we've been offering some more parking, 2 dedicated spots plus some restricted parking. And then, it's been growing. So, it's been, providing landscaping, more land, more parking, utilities, and I don't know, every time we sort of go back and forth, Robert has been granted more and more improvements to his position. And so I don't really agree with him that, we aren't accommodating him. I feel like, we're entering those agreements in the same good faith that we've been dealing with Little Italy along this whole line. And, it just seems like every time we negotiate, somehow the cheese is moved and now, it's bigger building, residential units on top of a commercial building, so there's sort of been this a little bit of a shakedown going on, between that. But we've been trying to accommodate them as best we can. And, our latest agreement has more than 2 parking spaces and, trying to get him utilities, because it used to be that it was just sort of utilities wide off of another building and they were sort of mystery as to where they were going. And so, we're trying to, adhere to code, and we've been talking to Public Works about dedicated meters and taps and, trying to get him to be a part of the system.
We're getting kind of a field from the issues in front of us right now. So that, this is not part of the application. I don't want to, I realize that there's some issues here, but unless there's a compelling reason to include all of this, I think we need to get back to the issues that are in front of us. I appreciate the question and the answer, but it sounds like those are issues.
Yeah, they're getting resolved.
Probably need to get resolved outside.
Yeah.
Other questions? Let's see, Councilmember Pro Tem, Councilmember Dickinson. Nobody else? I'm sorry, did you have some? Okay, good. All right. Why don't we go to a second round of public comment? Anybody who's spoken before is welcome to speak again. You didn't, you have another opportunity. It's same rules. And I don't know that we have anybody who wishes to speak again, but.
First up is Tamara Krantz.
Thanks.
Hi, this is Tamara Krantz again. And I would just wanted to, I really appreciate your bringing up the issue of the public land dedication. And what confuses me is if our Title 16 requires the public land dedication, I don't understand why it's phrased that council is welcome to apply that part of the code. I thought that you are responsible for applying that part of the code. So I just wanted to make that clarification. It doesn't seem like it should be something that is optional. If it is your interpretation that it is required, you should enforce that code. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. Any further public comment, then let's bring it back to council. I do want to, before we go any further, I do want to get this issue of the public land education taken care of, because I don't know whether what I'm confused about is whether we need to actually ask or add a potential condition if we move forward to require a fee in lieu, or whether the interpretation of the city staff is sufficient. And I'm not clear whether we've got a conflict or not. I just want to make sure we resolve. Sorry.
Is that a question for me? Okay, that's a decision for the council to make. Staff has made an interpretation, but the code places this issue squarely before the council. And if the council is going to require that the land dedication or cash in lieu be met, yes, it should be made a condition of approval of these preliminary plans.
Okay, then let me sharpen my question a little bit. My question is whether that the code section requires us. I understand we can decide one or the other, but my question is, given the way in which this property or this application is coming to us, do we have is it required of council to either require a land dedication or a fee in lieu? Do we have any discretion? You're suggesting there's discretion, and I'm questioning. I just want to make sure we have that.
Sure. Council has the ability to waive certain requirements regarding land use applications, and if the council wanted to waive this, I think that would be a decision that the council would make as a whole.
Waiving an ordinance?
Waiving the land dedication requirement.
Okay. All right. Other questions or comments before? Okay. Let's discuss.
I just had one question about the amount of land, whether that's in the park, the Southwest Park, the ones that are within the development. So all of the unbuilt, non-road, usable turf space, if you will. What percentage of the total land is that? I'm curious. Because it seems like there's actually a fair amount of public area. And I would maybe even include the 8-foot tree line.
It's, we did do the total park calculation with the new park, with the 15,000 square feet for the new park, and that's right around 38,000 square feet. That doesn't include tree lawns. other open space on the property. I will take this opportunity to note that one of the residents actually noticed that on page 13 of 39, I actually called out the overall park space as 69,913 square feet. That's actually 15% of the site. That's not correct. That's my fault. I was thinking of, I think, public land dedication, but again, 38,652 square feet. So that's roughly right a little less than or around half of what a public land dedication requirement may look like if it was dedicated to park use on the site.
Yeah, and if I could add to this too. So I think if you read the language, City Council has to determine if there were satisfactory dedication arrangements made with the previous development. So I think we've established, but for that 1.8 acres, the rest of the property, there was no public land dedication requirement. So I think if that's not, that doesn't meet our current standards, but it was previously subdivided. So I think your determination, if that wasn't satisfactory, which could certainly be a reasonable interpretation, then we would apply it to the remainder of the development for the final plat. And there could be a condition to state that.
And I just wanted to clarify this point. The park that is going to be available for public use, though, will be maintained by the HOA. It will not be the responsibility of the city, correct?
That's how it's currently proposed.
Okay.
And, that does not equal the 12% of the remainder, I don't think, but we can calculate that. So if you wanted to have a condition that was acceptable with the private park and that the remainder of 15%. So it'd be somewhere between 12 and 15% because we'd have to average it for the commercial and the residential. So we could come up with the final percentage. And then the remainder could be a condition of cash in lieu. Now, with the final PUD, we do need to go to the Parks and Open Space Board as well and have them vet that. So they may have different recommendations. But if this plan stays as is, theoretically, it could be accepting the private parks in lieu, and then the remainder is cash in lieu. That could be a potential path forward.
Thank you.
Other comments? Yeah, Council Member Dickinson.
Yeah, I'll try to make all my comments at once. For the public land dedication, I mean, the way I've understood it in this process is, the land was subdivided, a satisfactory, it was, what was required then was met at the time that it was platted. And so it was a long time ago, and so nothing was dedicated, but that was satisfactory then. And now it's being replatted, and so to go and change rules and replat, I don't know when things change hands or what have you, but it's already been platted. Someone buys the land, and then they come to replat, and like, oh, well, you need to add 15%. Like, well, you didn't make them do it. Like, if it was satisfactory then, you're kind of changing the rules now. So I just kind of read it as this has been subdivided, and typically after something's been subdivided, you don't go again for land dedication when they re-subdivide. But I think it is interesting that, well, they didn't dedicate land, potentially, likely didn't dedicate land 6 years ago, 50 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So they never did, so let's get it now. But I really do believe you can kind of go either way with that and say, it was met when they subdivided it. They're subdividing it again, and they don't have to meet it again. So I'm fine with where we sit right now. And all the private parks are private, right? So again, like turning them into public parks or making them ours to maintain doesn't change that there's a park there, right? So generally speaking, I'm okay with the current layout. My other comments, I'm really happy about the park. It's just such a great addition to the whole plan, and I might be a little idyllic, but the idea of having that park between Little Italy and this new development, kind of thinking about all the neighbors meeting there from both sides of the line, and like, oh, it's like a shared park. It's really sweet. So I think it's a great addition and a huge improvement to the whole thing. I'm not super happy with the traffic. I'm not super happy with what's going to occur here for the residents of Louisville who drive along South Little Road. Not even so much the residents that are going to move here or the Little Italy residents that already live here. I'm concerned about this like inability to pull out and take a left, right, out of this development, if you want to go to Boulder. And so the solution of, drive south through Little Italy, then go on Griffith, then go north on South Boulder Road, then head out to Boulder, isn't a great solution either. So I'm not saying, hey, the solve is open up front to the south. I just think as a council, staff is trying to solve a problem and we're not solving it. We're not solving the traffic problem in this new development by shutting off front. We're solving Little Italy's problem by shutting off front. And I think that's great. I think we probably should do that. I just think that there is a bigger problem to the north that we haven't solved tonight. Staff hasn't solved it. We haven't solved it. And it's going to be, I think, a problem. And when this development comes in, we like to have traffic kind of be solved. And we're like, we don't really have this solved well. So there's a train track on our left. It's hard to just go north. There's a lot of traffic on South Bowl Road. It's hard to put a light there so close to Main Street Light and 42 Light. It's a tough spot, right? And so I just want us to own somewhere 10 years from now that, yeah, we understood that this isn't a great solution and there are going to be lots of U-turns, there are going to be lots of conflicts, there are going to be some issues here, and we approved it. And I want to own that as a council person. And again, I will finish this thought with, I'm not saying, so therefore let's open up front. I don't think that solves it. I'm fine with everything else. And my only confusion with the alley is, yeah, it exists right now. There is a dirt alley that currently exists and wraps around, seems really nice and convenient. So it does seem like the kind of thing that we should be pursuing its finished last two lots, and whether that is condemnation or sorry, give me a better word, but whether that's a taking of that land, I don't think that's off the table. It is currently being used that way, has been for decades, and now it's not going to be able to be used that way. I think there's a reasonable approach from the city to say that should be part of this. And if it's not, then you have a nice paved alley and then a dirt alley for two lots. Okay. Fine. It just seems very strange and should be settled. But I get that the developer can't settle it themselves, but literally can't settle it themselves. But maybe the city actually could look at some ways of solving it ourselves. And otherwise, I'm in full support. And I haven't spoken a lot tonight, but I will reiterate what my colleague said, which is unbelievable work from the developers and the residents to get to some healthy place of like, it's not perfect, but we really see eye to eye, and this is great. And so staff, thank you for, shepherding this all along the way, and thanks for all the great work everyone's done.
Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you for bringing that up, actually. I think that Councilmember Dickinson has a good point that we should seriously think about with the alley connection. If it stays dirt on those two lots, can they drive from the paved area and just keep driving it? And vice versa, so people could still use it, it just won't be paved?
It's not public property. It's private.
So how does that work now? Because right now residents are driving on it to get to the back of theirs, and it's not public. So.
Yeah, folks are traversing on private property to do that. Yeah.
And I would agree, though, at what point that it has maintained that consistent use, does that use become the primary function of that land? I mean, I guess I'm asking a legal question. At what point would that become?
I'm not prepared to give you a legal answer on that.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we can look into that and see, because I agree. I think that it's a very incomplete. It's such a small piece of this, but you guys have already done the heavy lifting on the big stuff and getting planning on board. So good job to you, and thank you for that, because it saved us, I think, many sessions of a lot of work in trying to get that approved. It's done. So I'm in favor of everything that's proposed. I would like to also build on what Councilmember Hefner had recommended, that somehow that the language be very, very clear, not just a map that says emergency. I think a raised pathway big enough for multiple vehicles, it needs to be made sure that nobody other than pedestrians, bikes, or police and fire can get through it all. It should not be accessible by any vehicles. So whatever needs to get done to get that clarification, I agree with the community members, I'd love to see in this before I say yes. Thank you.
Other, Councilmember Cooperman.
Thank you. I would also just like to start by saying explicitly that I'm just really happy that the neighborhood and the developers were able to work together with the city to come to, a plan that everyone seems to be pretty much in favor of at the moment. I think that's great. I wanted to say a few other things about this development. I am very happy that the developer is planning to build the 12% units on site. The deed restricted affordable units certainly have downsides, but I think the upsides certainly outweigh those, especially in Louisville. What else did I want to say? I wanted to just make a comment. I think it's really nice that the alleyway is at least included up to that private property. I tend to agree with my fellow council members about trying to extend that all the way. And I think this is a place where, maybe this is sort of an overdue improvement for the neighborhood. That has been a public right-of-way for a long, long time, and the city hasn't really done anything to maintain it or improve it. And so I'm glad that we're finally doing something about that. Let's see. So with regard to the land dedication, I'm generally in agreement with Councilmember Dickinson. I am a little bit interested in sort of knowing, if we took those parks as roughly half an appropriate dedication, sort of what would the fee in lieu be like to cover the rest of the dedication. If that were to jeopardize the ability to build on-site affordable units, in this case, I would rather have us get the affordable units on site. So I'm not pushing too strongly in that direction. And then just one other comment, there's a part in the code, 16.16.010, about natural features on the site, which I feel like has been kind of neglected. I mean, if you go out there and look at the site, it seems to me that there are some natural features. And I know the developer has tried to keep the trees and such that they can, which I very much appreciate. But I do feel like this development forms part of, or rather this land forms part of a wildlife corridor that kind of extends all the way across the city. And we haven't really given any consideration to trying to maintain at least a little bit of that corridor along, say, the south end of this development. And it's very late in the game to make this kind of consideration, but I think it should have been made earlier on. So I'm not going to press it, but just wanted to make that comment. I think all the waivers and special review use and modifications are justified. The only one that I'm a little bit concerned about is the 40% site coverage. There's a lot of parking on the site, and I feel like it's reasonably justified, and I do appreciate the discussion of structured parking being way too expensive in the applicant's materials. But I don't know. I guess I would have liked to see something a little bit closer to our standard, but I'm okay with it. Other than that, I would echo sentiments to make sure the language is explicit as residents have requested. And I'm happy to see this kind of development coming. I think it's the sort of thing that we need in Louisville.
Other council comments? Yes, Councilmember.
I have a motion.
I was going to make some comments, but I can make them after you make the motion if you
You
like.
can make them in support of my motion. I'm going
I
to start
can
with
do
the resolution just because it's a little trickier. I know that's out of order, but I'm going to move the passage of resolution number 8, series 2026, subject to the staff conditions in the packet, with the exception of the condition regarding the traffic calming exhibit, which I think we heard we don't need. And then with one minor correction to the resolution, which is it lists 188 units where it should list 187. And I think those are the only two changes I would propose.
I would second.
My only comment is a comment in full support of the motion. I guess I wanted to say it's really unusual. I was sitting up here and it sounded like the Grammy Awards for a while there, because it's like we got the residents coming up thanking the city and thanking, individual members of the team and it's so unusual. It needn't be unusual. I hope that we're going to see this in a lot of projects, and I really appreciate, as I said before, and I think council has echoed, it's just a big, big lift on a project that this piece of property has undergone a lot of discussion and hand-wringing and probably tears and blood and sweat. So I really appreciate all of that, because we have the easier job here. We have an important job, but it's made easier by all of the legwork that everybody has put in. You can really be proud of yourselves, and you make us proud. And I think you made the rest of the city proud of how you dealt with this. I mean, I think we can use this, in my view, as kind of a case study of how to do this right. And it doesn't happen every day. I can't think of another project that went quite like this before, which is why I'm waxing on it. Anyway, thank you, and I'm in full support with the changes that have been made. And if there's no other, let's see, you've moved on both, on just the resolution?
Just the resolution. I'll
Okay.
do the ordinance next.
All right. All in favor of the resolution?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Now I'd move the passage of ordinance 1910, series 2026.
All right. Any discussion? No? Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Kern,
Yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Yes.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Yes.
Motion passes, resolution passes. Thank you very much, all. Council, why don't we take just a second to take a time check? We've got a lot on the calendar, be very interested. What? I know, I didn't want to say that while we were doing this, but yeah, wow. I remember once upon a time, while the room is clearing, that Councilmember Lipton used to say, no new item begins after 9:30. And we followed that, like, I don't know, once after that, and then everybody decided to abandon it. So we've got,
Do you want
Yeah.
to ask them to take conversations outside?
Huh?
Do you want to ask them to take conversations?
yeah, I'm going to, just a second. All right. I do appreciate everybody's continuing to talk, but if you guys could take it out into the vestibule to celebrate, that would be great. Or vestibule, or the upper lobby, or however we want to. All right. So we have made it through our first item of business. We have, the next one is a second reading on the ordinance approving ConocoPhillips Campus General Development Plan Amendment Number 2. We've got a first reading of ordinance number 1915, which shouldn't take too long. And we've got the emergency ordinance number 1916, series 2026. I think I'd like to get ordinance number 1912 done, because that is a second hearing and it's been noticed and so forth. I don't know whether others have thoughts about the other two items on, pardon me? And, yeah, and then we've got the, not to be outdone, we do have a final contract for lease and purchase. That's a second reading too. So we should, what's your pleasure, council? Give me some thoughts. Yes, Councilor Dickinson.
My thoughts are item B and item E, the second readings, are of the most importance. I'd like to hear staff's, the timeliness of item C with the state regulation, if we're okay to push that. I think it's also really fast, unless we have a lot of, I mean, we're just matching state. So maybe that one can go quickly, but I think if we don't do B and E, there are people that have been sitting here for 4 hours waiting for us to do those two. I think, so I would still do B and E tonight.
Councilmember Kern.
I was going to say, and the emergency ordinance should not take us long. I think we've had discussions related to this. It should go pretty quickly. And the nature of an emergency ordinance is we would like to get this implemented immediately.
Other thoughts?
We're just going to go ahead and disagree that anything we do goes very quickly. Especially something like the emergency ordinance, over which we've had many meetings of extended debate about.
Yeah. And we directed, we have directed city staff on that. I appreciate the fact that this is one of those where somebody's ox gets gored no matter what. I think we really should be doing B. I think we should be doing, C is going to take no time at all. I think dealing with an emergency ordinance is useful because it's an emergency ordinance, and I forgot to ask staff. Thank you.
So Mayor, I think that staff is prepared to make the presentations as succinct as possible to expedite the conversations. And so we are prepared to move forward with the remaining items and try to provide enough information that council can make a decision, but then not take too long.
Well, I appreciate that. I think I want to commit on behalf of council that we're going to do the same, hopefully. So, yeah, go ahead.
If we're going to move through with it all, can I just get 5 minutes?
Yes.
Before we dive into that?
No, I think that would be good. It's
Okay.
9:44. Let's take till 9:50, and we'll come back then.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I just want to be clear, the proposal is just to finish our agenda?
Yes.
Everything that's on there. Could we please set a hard stop time? Say.
Yeah, why don't we take
an
5 minutes?
An hour
Take
from
5
now.
minutes and come back,
15.
and then we'll set
Yeah.
that. Everybody be thinking for the next 5 minutes about what that hard stop is going to be. Thanks. We're back on here. Ordinance number 1912, Series 2026. An ordinance approving ConocoPhillips Campus General Development Plan Amendment Number 2. Second reading, public hearing advertised on January 21st, 2026. Opening the public hearing, is there any disclosure by any of the council members? Looks like there isn't.
There is, and I think we're going to pick a time to
Yes.
be done, yeah.
Councilmember Hefner, do you want to state why?
Sorry, I just before we start this one, I think we're going to pick a time to try and be done with the meeting.
True. I'm open to suggestion. I'll suggest 11.
Deal.
All right. Yeah, we'll do, I've seen this done before. I've seen it done before where we go till, how about we do this? How about we go to 10:30 and we'll take a vote if we want to go further, and so we'll try to keep people down to
Great.
10:30. All right, go.
I'm also not going to participate in this
Yes.
item because of a conflict of interest. Thanks.
Yep.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Councilors, Matt Post, Planner, Community Development. Second reading, ConocoPhillips Campus General Development Plan Amendment. I'll jump right to what we had initially discussed last time for first reading, which was a request for a comparison of the proposed enhanced design standards as they relate directly to the renderings that were provided by the applicant. So I'll go ahead and read off what those changes are. So ground floor transparency, long side and short side. There's 12% more transparency on the long side of the building. I'll show the elevations after this. 8% more transparency on the short side. Upper floor transparency, short side, 17% more than what is required by the standard and the enhanced standards. Glazing near entries. Also, I'm following the gray highlighted rows here, so everyone's following along. The gray highlighted rows are the elements that were in excess of the enhanced design standards. So again, we have a corner wrap feature that extends 45 feet longer than the 15 feet that are required. And then we have an entry feature width requirement, which states that in the enhanced standards, entry features shall account for 20% of the facade length on which they are located, and they must be a minimum of 10 feet wide. The entry features on one of the primary facades that were provided in the rendering package account for 43% of the total facade width, and those entry features range in width from 57 feet to 112 feet wide on a building that's roughly 600 feet long. So again, 4 elements of the design that were provided in the rendering that exceed those enhanced standards or go above and beyond those enhanced standards. I included these notes on the bottom here just indicating that the design features in those concepts reflect discretionary elements of the conceptual building design and would not be required or insured if the proposed standards are adopted. This is just a graphic of what that looks like, the actual transparency area utilized to determine the calculation, and then total transparency here on the long side of a building on the top and then a short side of the building on the bottom. Again, these elevations would be elevations that are facing public streets specifically where these enhanced standards would apply. Another example of the entry feature, 15 feet is required. As you can see in the top on the left, 60 feet is proposed as part of the enhanced entry feature. And then on the lower one here, the number of entries, 43% of that total building facade includes entry feature designs where the ordinance states that the enhanced standards state that only 20% are required. Widths of 66, 122, and 67 feet, where again, the ordinance states that 10 are required. I'll just add one more note to this here quickly, if I can just go through this presentation. we did want to consider or provide to council to allow a waiver to the IDDSG standards. We had initially not presented that. And the reason we're bringing that up now is because there are actual potential design features of the industrial design standards that I think the council are aware of. We felt it may be a bit short-sighted to not include the opportunity to allow a waiver to industrial design standards in this scenario. Otherwise, a GDP amendment may be required. I'm talking about things like parking requirements specifically, where the IDDSG has pretty high parking requirements, where there's other landscaping requirements directly adjacent to a building in the IDDSG. So the language for a waiver for commercial design standards is already in the original GDP, that a waiver may be considered through the PUD process with city council approval. Staff are recommending consideration of including a condition here that would be similar to the language that's already on there, that the IDDSG and the enhanced standards will apply unless otherwise waived or modified by the city council specifically through the PUD development plan process. So anyway, we would have to come back to the city council and planning commission for consideration for approval. And I'll end the presentation there. I know that was very short, but happy to answer any questions regarding the comparison and the consideration of waiver language in the GDP amendment.
Okay, any questions by council? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you for this. I appreciate the information. And is it easy, or does it take us a whole nother meeting for you to amend this to have the differences be this new standard?
No, I've prepared a document that actually highlights what those differences are, just to a round number essentially, right? So where the transparency difference is calculated at, say, for example, if I may just go back here to the table, where ground floor transparency on the long side of the building is shown at 62%, rounded that down to 60%, where it's shown on, again, the short side of a building at 58%, rounded that to 50%, right? So it's generally in line. So I've prepared enhanced design standards that are generally in line and reflective of the differences that are presented in this table and reflective of the renderings that were presented initially.
That would be perfect. And one last question. You had brought up height last time, and you said that there is a difference between commercial and industrial height. And you said it was, I asked if it was for function and it was for some other reason. Can we require the commercial height limitation?
I would, I think that would be a challenge for the building types that are there. I would say that based on the uses, I think part of the intent there was to align the standards more with the actual use types, and I think those use types typically have taller buildings.
Thank you.
Other question? Yeah, Councilman Cooperman.
First, I just wanted to clarify what Councilmember Kern was asking about. So are you suggesting that we replace what was initially written for the enhanced standards with basically what is effectively shown on the rendering?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think that's a closer representation to a lot of the commitments that we made to the community and so the developer, but it would still help facilitate their use of that building and some of the cost savings. So but yeah, I like the renderings. I think would function well, but I think that means that the standards need to match the rendering that we would agree to.
Okay. And maybe you can wait. I would be interested in hearing what the applicant has to say about that suggestion. I do just want to ask a clarifying question about this waiver that you had on the slide. So is the issue that, this is a planned community zone district or it's governed by the GDP that we need to explicitly allow a waiver process? Because I thought we in other cases, you could just ask for a waiver and we would review it at the time of the application.
I think it's just a matter of clarity. We just want to be sure that it is clear that a waiver may be granted if it goes through the appropriate process with the IDDSG, because it is very clear with the CDDSG requirements on the GDP. So again, a bit of an oversight on my part, honestly, to not address that. But yeah, we just want to make sure it's clear on the GDP amendment, especially in light of maybe adopting, an alternate standard that's presented through the differences here.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, why don't we take first round of public comment, if we have any? Oh, I'm sorry. We have an applicant's presentation? Yeah, I didn't.
Evan Peskin with Sterling Bay. So we didn't prepare anything or have, much to say. But I guess to answer kind of Judy, your question and Councilman Cooperman as well. And I don't know if I can go back to that. So, we are proposing, with the tenants that we're talking with right now, we are proposing a little bit of an enhanced design, but what we've discussed with, Matt and Rob is just the design standards. Like, we're just making the option based on the tenants that we're talking to try to lure them to the site, to just have a little bit of an additional, just kind of like oomph to it, or a little better look to it. And you can tell it's not that much of a difference. Like if you look at his difference column, it's pretty close. So we're still very keen on just having the design standard be the standard that we use for the site that the interior site for this. It's mostly just what we wanted to do for these specific buildings that we're looking at right now, for the PUD1 that will be coming, shortly with, but we still strongly suggest that we just stick with the regular design standards that we've agreed to with Matt and Rob.
Sure.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
So the rendering then, can you explain to us, was that something that you have shown to clients that they, potential people that they like that, they would be willing to build to that?
Yeah.
So then this standard doesn't exceed that. So that's what I'm saying. It was strictly so that that rendering would be the minimum that would get built instead of the maximum, or potentially as an option, because it looks great. You guys did a nice job with them and they're convincing. So I just don't want to put us into a position where it maybe becomes out of even your control. There's a lower standard and now that building design doesn't look anything like that rendering. It looks like an industrial building.
Well, and Matt, I guess, I don't think the difference is really that big of a difference. There might be a little bit more glass, but you also got to think too, a lot of these tenants that we're talking with, some of them don't want this glass. I think we talked about it last time. A lot of them have security issues, privacy issues, and there's other ways around it of not using glazing and using other things. But that's why I think that the regular design standard covers that though. So, I think that's the whole point, is just not wanting to be put in a box where we can't accommodate something, simply that a tenant's asking for, and then having to push someone away.
So what I heard was that there's not a huge difference, so that this should be an easy thing then for you guys to meet the differences. If it's not a huge difference and we can change it, then you should be able to build to the design that you drew, the rendering.
I'm sorry, I just need to, are you suggesting that the standard be a picture?
No, I'm suggesting that the standard be what staff said was the difference, so that the design standards would get us to a similar rendering of what they suggested as an idea of what the standard would look like. That was the whole point of the rendering, was hey, this is what this would look like with this enhanced industrial, and that was good. And the curiosity was, how different is that rendering, the idea of what it would look like, from the standards? We said, I'd like to have the standards then be leveled out with the design that we think looks good for that space, versus allowing a lower standard.
Right, but so do you have any problems with the standards that are on this slide? I don't.
With the difference. No, just with the differences that are there, yeah, that's fine.
But the design standard, though, is still well above and beyond the industrial standard.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, just to be clear.
Yeah.
or Mayor Pro Tem.
Let me try to reflect back what I think I hear you saying. So staff and the applicant worked together to try and build a standard that is higher than industrial, but not as high as commercial standards. That was the ask. They came back with a proposal and pictures. What we found out is that the pictures or the renderings were actually not reflective of what the proposal was. The picture and the renderings were actually above and beyond what the minimum, what the proposal was in front of us. So it felt like what we were seeing and what we were being told were two different things. So at the last meeting, council asked staff to come back with these comparisons so we could better understand what that delta is between the written word and the real life visuals. What I hear Councilmember Kern saying now is she would like to see those real life visuals be the standard. And what she heard you say is, it's not a big difference. Those pictures are what we showed our potential clients who are going to fill those buildings. So they were expecting to build to that standard. So that's why she's asking now, can we have what we're putting in writing reflect what we were shown and reflect what you showed your clients, the standard they would have to build to? Is that an accurate summary? Okay.
Thank you.
I think that was.
To Councilmember Dickinson's question, are you wanting the pictures to be a part of the standard? Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Other questions?
Yeah, so I guess there's a lot, more to think about in this scenario as well. So, and I think one of the reasons why we came up with this other design standard too is so that, I guess the renderings that we were showing you is assuming there's one tenant in the building. And so when we get into a multi-tenant scenario, so say, that doesn't happen, one tenant doesn't take both buildings, or there's not one tenant in each building. I think that we wouldn't be designing to what we are designing if we were having smaller tenants in the spaces. I mean, I think the architects can probably talk better to that. But I think the primary entry orientations and kind of things like that was something that we had talked about significantly. Like, okay, yes, this is great if there's a tenant that comes in here. That's awesome. That's good for everybody. But if you have to break it down into like 10,000 square foot increments, then which a lot of industrial buildings are, or like a 50,000 square foot user and then a couple of 10s and 20,000 square footers. That's when our conceptual design starts getting way too expensive, and we just can't charge the rents for that. So, I mean, I think there's a little nuances to it, I guess, but I guess what we were showing is, hey, this is what we've been showing to the tenants because it's a single user, and there's not multiple entrances, like significant, cost implications of those entrances if we did that with our conceptual design. I don't know if that helps explain. I think there's a lot of nuances to it, though.
Yeah, I think I understand now. So, I mean, what I'd say is if the image had been different, then all these differences would be, they'd be like, oh, we showed a really cool one that you guys are all happy about. Well, show us exactly what was on that one. Oh, well, it was less glass, it was more of this. Like, okay, let's make the rules that picture. Like, I don't think we want to be making the rules based on a picture. I do think it was valuable to say, hey, that image you showed us was beautiful. What did it do? Well, it was a little bit higher here, a little bit higher there. Like, okay, well, then make every building match that picture. I think it's like, well, there might be some other really cool pictures that you'd also think are really beautiful, and the standards would be all different. You'd have less glass and more steel, or less, like, more, the openings would be bigger, or, oh, well, this opening happened to be 40 feet. So that's the standard for all buildings. All have to have an opening of 40 feet. Like, oh, you can have like 30-foot openings with more glass. There are different ways you could accomplish it. So I don't want to take one image of one conceptual building and say, let's write a code that every building has to meet that exact building's design, basically. The exact amount of glass, the exact amount of opening, the exact amount of transparency. It's like, no, it should match that look. And so I think the design standards are fine, and I think it's good to see, and if you want to argue like, well, I think we should increase the glass, or I think we should increase this one thing, that's more interesting to me than like, I think generally we should make our code match that one picture we saw.
If I may, so no, I think that what we're saying is the design standard should get us something that does look like that. Currently, the design standard would not, and if you look at the visual that shows the differences, like in the green and the purple, you can see how much less impact, how much more industrial that building is going to look. And I think what we can see is from the renderings, the images that we saw versus now this comparison, 15 feet versus 60 is huge. And the different amount of entrances, it's just to avoid having an industrial building in a place where we were committed to having fully commercial buildings, especially, as I have stated before, right next to the hospital where there will be lots of traffic. It is right next to what is going to be a huge hospital campus. And to have a concrete building industrial did not meet the feel of the new Red Tail Ridge development that we had approved originally. And that's the only reason I was saying the standards could be enhanced more than what you had requested, so that we do get that enhanced industrial versus an industrial with a little bit of bigger entrance, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Are there questions? Because we need to have council discussion that we're getting into. We need to move forward. We'll probably call you back. Let's go to public. Do we have any public comment on this? None? All right, we can come back. That's our first round of public comment. Any follow-up questions from council? Go back to public comment? No? Okay, now, council discussion. If you want to.
Yeah, I just, I would actually, be happy moving forward with this design, assuming that we took the differences and applied them. So, and I'm fine with the waiver, and there could be waivers that come for some of the other buildings that are maybe not directly facing and adjacent to the Avista campus that absolutely have to have a slightly different standard. And we can look at that and say, oh, you don't need the landscaping, you don't need as much glass. We understand the reasons for this. It's 2 buildings over. This works for the space. But I think lowering the standard to something that we don't even have a good concept of what it's going to be. And I think instead, the developer offered us an idea of what the concept would look like. And all we've said was, let's have the code match that, because it is appealing, it would work. It's that good balance between the commercial buildings that we had committed to the community and meeting the business need, though, of having a much more industrial facility. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you would be happy with the commercial design being only on the face of the building facing the hospital campus.
I think Rob can actually answer to that better. I think we had that conversation before about that not being a viable option. That's why they brought us this enhanced industrial.
So I think we had a lot of discussions about a lot of potential different, I wouldn't say it's not viable. I think that's a question for the applicant, whether it's viable or not, rather than a question for staff. I think we could do any type of design standard that council's comfortable with, but viability would be a question for the applicant.
Then I will ask the applicant. Would it be possible to design just the face of the building facing the hospital?
Well, no, I think that's why we decided to come to this resolution, right? Is it doesn't work to do the commercial design guidelines in that sense for these types of buildings and these types of users,
Even
from a cost perspective.
even if you're restricting it only to the building that faces the hospital.
Well, regardless of which building it is, if it's just one or two, it's still going to impact, the cost of the construction and what kind of a tenant you can get in there and what kind of a rent they'll pay. That's kind of why we, brought this whole thing up.
Okay.
Yes, Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, generally, I'm in support of the enhanced design standards that staff came up with. I think it's, I've liked the process that, we have industrial users. We're happy with industrial users. It's what we planned on there. It's what we said is going to be in there. And then we're like, oh, but we're making industrial users, say like a biopharmaceutical company, build to a office suite look. And it's like, oh, that doesn't work. And so we went through this process of, okay, but we don't want just those ugly buildings, so let's do enhanced. And I think we have that. I'm happy with it. I don't need to be extra enhanced or enhanced above the enhancement. It's not a reduction, it's an increase. These are going to be way nicer than any other industrial buildings in Louisville by standard. They will have to be, but I don't have any interest in increasing above the enhanced design standards that staff came up with.
Other comments? All right. Do you want to make a motion? Josh. Oh, Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you. I am generally in agreement with Councilmember Dickinson. My impression is that, or I think what we were told is that staff and the applicant tried to work together to come to a set of standards that were in line with what the applicant was looking for, but also, met some of the desires that we expressed during the concept plan review. I suppose we could consider, or we could ask the applicant about, we could consider like something specifically for the facades along the hospital parcel and just keep what was initially developed for everything else. I'd be happy to entertain that or to hear about that idea from the applicant.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
Sure.
Thank you.
And to get to our new agenda thing I still haven't gotten used to. Here it is. Okay. Apologize. I'm usually faster at jumping around. I would move that we approve ordinance number 1912, 2026 as written.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Yes, Councilmember.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we do modify and add in the differences to those standards as presented to us. It doesn't have to be identical to the renderings. It just needs to have those differences laid out. I think as we were told, it's not that huge, but I think it will make a significant difference to all of the users of the hospital space and all of our community members who are going through this last amazing piece of property that we are allowing to be developed.
I do not, so you can make a substitute motion if you want, or let it go. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we approve, sorry about this, ordinance 1912, series 2026, but with the difference amendments that staff has prepared for us.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, I think
I would just, my only comment against that is, again, I don't feel like these percentages have been totally vetted as like reasonable and doable. Like we had a whole presentation on the design standards. Now we're seeing what the pictures look, how they look different, but I don't have a sense of cost and the effect and all of those. If staff even agrees with any, there's no recommendation from staff to make that change. So that's why I will be voting against it.
I'll speak to it too. I agree with Councilmember Dickens. we made an ask. I appreciate the staff response. I appreciate the applicants working with staff on that. I think we're getting more prescriptive moment by moment on this, and I'm discouraged by that, and I don't want that to. I'm not going to vote for the substitute amendment. Is there any other comment before we vote? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
You almost got it. There you go. So, yeah, I mean, I agree. We asked staff and the applicant to come back with a proposal. I think, unfortunately, the visuals that we were provided did not represent that proposal, which is why we asked for this difference table to be made. And so that was an unfortunate sequence of events, but here we are. And I think we deserve to have what we were shown is going to happen, and that is summed up in the difference table. And if it's not that significant or different, then I think it should be done. So I'll be supporting the substitute motion.
Can I make, sorry to interrupt at the last minute here. So you haven't seen the actual draft differences. I think you could assume what they are. I might recommend that if there's appears to be enough votes for the substitute motion, that you continue it so that we can very clearly draft what your intent is, so you can see it on the GDP as well, if there are enough votes. And then I would ask about the waiver, because if you want to add the waiver allowance, we can add that in too, which would be to note number 6, you would add at the very end of the sentence, unless otherwise waived or modified by the city council through the PUD development plan process. That would be added to the end of note number 6. So I want to propose, see if council is interested in that, so that we're really clear about what that is, if there's enough votes.
Yeah. I certainly heard kind of consensus that people are comfortable with including the waiver.
Yes, on the waiver, but I'm talking more about this, yeah.
Okay. A couple of people that haven't spoken about this to the extent we're kind of looking for where this is going and whether we ought to continue it for further discussion. So if either of those two would like to weigh in, that would be Councilman.
Do we need further discussion, or does staff need time? Are you recommending, Rob, that you just have more time?
So
to
I'm recommending
clearly get
that
there?
you not pass a motion, because we don't know exactly what the standards are. Unless you get really specific, that you want them to be a specific number, we would like to actually put those numbers into the standards that we think you mean, so you can vote on exactly what would be on the GDP notes for the standards.
And I apologize, because I thought that's what I had asked Matt earlier, and he said that he had it prepared with just a rounded amount for each of them.
So there are rounded amounts, but the motion, I think, was to match the table, which are different than the rounded amounts, but maybe that hasn't been put into the record and looked at, so it might be better to continue it for that reason as well.
I would look to Kathleen to say, should we make sure that it's in there then before we?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think for the avoidance of doubt, that it's worth a continuance if there's consensus to incorporate the conceptual design standards that match the visual that the council was provided. I think it would be better to have it on the document, and so everybody knows what's being approved.
I dislike having to move this, Mayor, but I would prefer that we do it and we get it right.
Let me make a suggestion. If I can ask you to withdraw the motion, I think we ought to get at least some sense among council whether we're going to include what you were proposing, or kind of what Council Member Dickinson was proposing, so we know what we're doing going forward, what we'd like
Mayor,
from staff. Yeah.
From process, it sounds like staff is suggesting that we definitely should not vote yes on this, on the substitute motion, because it's not ready. So I would hope that would fail. Then the initial motion goes into play, and if people want to push, you can vote no on that, or you can do something else. But It won't pass if you vote no on my motion, correct?
Well, what's on right now is a substitute motion.
Yes. And I don't think that's going to pass.
So I can withdraw it.
Well,
so we can have a conversation. I can withdraw the substitute motion so we can have the conversation.
okay.
That's fine. So I'll withdraw the substitute motion so that we can further discuss what we want to do.
All right. And I think we can leave Councilmember Dickens' motion hanging for the moment while we have the discussion, and then we can decide that, unless you want to withdraw it entirely. But I don't know that there's any reason to do that right now. We'll have, yeah. So going back to where we were before, Councilmember Cooperman, you can weigh in, please.
Okay. No, I certainly agree that, the rendering, doesn't provide a very good indication for what the standards are. And on the one hand, I'm not surprised that we maybe got a rendering that was more enhanced. You want to make things look good. I'm not pleased that we got a rendering that was this much more enhanced, of course. On the other hand, like we asked about it last time, and while staff couldn't quantify it, they did say that yes, we do think this rendering is above and beyond the requirements. So I at least felt that we had a sense for what we were looking at, essentially. I wouldn't want to move forward with just sort of taking the table and maybe rounding numbers and making that the new standard. Especially without hearing a little bit more from the applicant. So I think I would either go with the standard that was agreed to previously between the applicant and staff, or maybe try to enhance it a little bit facing the hospital. But again, I would want to know from the applicant, what further enhancements would actually be feasible in that particular space.
Fahey, Ted. We have a motion second. We've got disagreements around the need for additional information. I don't know what more we can do right now, because if we do, you can certainly offer a substitute motion again, and the same issue is going to come up in terms of not being ready, staff not being ready to.
I think that there's a motion on the table. Yeah. Because at this point, the motion was seconded. And so that means we can't just give staff the direction to come back with something. We have to vote on this before we can give them the direction. So.
All right. Any other comment? All right. Let's take a roll call on the motion. Can you clarify what we're? I think the motion is to accept it's Councilmember.
Yeah, to accept the design standards that were presented with the ability to come for a variance. Sorry for my language there, but adding the
waiver language.
Adding the waiver language
that we previously read.
We clear on that one, right?
Mayor Lay,
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton,
No.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern,
No.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Yes.
Passes. Let's bring Councilmember All right, folks, it's 10:30 and we've got to vote. So we can move forward, or we can, do you want to make a motion to go to 11? Do we have a second?
Second?
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Let's move to ordinance number 1915. This one ought to go quickly, I think. Oh, I don't want to jinx it, but I'm challenging everyone here. Ordinance number 1915, Series 2026, an ordinance amending the city's development design standards and Title 17 of the Louisville Municipal Code prohibits non-functional turf, artificial turf, and invasive plant species for certain new development and redevelopment. First reading to set public hearing. And leave it to you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Emily Klein Gibson, Planner 2. I'm going to keep the staff presentation very, very brief. This is a first hearing. The proposal tonight, or the ordinance tonight, is in response to two Colorado state bills. The first is Senate Bill 24-005, and the second is House Bill 25-1113. Both bills combined basically prohibit non-functional turf, non-functional artificial turf, and invasive plant species for all new non-residential developments, as well as new residential developments that consist of 12 or more units. The ordinance includes minor text amendments to 3 of our design standards for commercial, industrial, and mixed use, as well as a minor amendment to the sign code, and includes a new section in the municipal code, just that further clarifies and outlines the requirements of both state bills. I'll be providing more information on the second reading and public hearing, but I'm also happy to answer any questions tonight. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Okay, any further discussion? Do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we move ordinance number 1915, Series 2026, pass on first reading, and have a public hearing set for Tuesday, February the 17th, 2026 at 6 p.m.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good. All right, next is ordinance number 1916, Series 2026, emergency ordinance amending the fire hardening code for structures. It's Chapter 1570 of the Louisville Municipal Code regarding defensible space around primary structures in the Marshall fire rebuild areas. This is our public hearing. And I'll open the public hearing. Is there any disclosure? All right. Staff presentation.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Member City Council, Rob Zucchero, Community Development Director. So up on the screen here is the text of the ordinance is to create a 0 to 5 foot defensible space area that would only be applicable to Marshall fire areas. So this would restrict ground cover to non-combustible ground cover like grass or like rock or pavers. You couldn't have mulch. You couldn't have any plantings within that 5 foot area. It could only be non-combustible ground cover within that area. And you couldn't allow landscape to grow into the area as well. And this is being proposed to only apply to the Marshall Fire rebuild area, so that's D. Our plan is not to require landscape plans for existing or new developments or do inspections, but we would notify everyone who's getting a permit or has a permit and hasn't installed landscaping of the requirements, and if they were out of compliance, we would have to initiate code enforcement, but that was our plan to try to keep it simple. The Louisville Fire Protection District has reviewed the ordinance that that you see before you. And then we have provided some alternatives, which include adopting the emergency ordinance or considering tonight a first reading and having second reading on February 17th. You could also direct any amendments or delay consideration until we look at the WUI code in the coming weeks as well. So those are some of the alternatives in the staff memo, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
I'm just curious about the definition of primary structure. So would this cover a detached ADU, a detached garage, a shed, anything like that?
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. So I think the intent is that it wouldn't apply to things like sheds or detached garages, but there could be reason to. We didn't really consider ADUs, so if there was concern about that, we could change the language to, for example, occupiable structures, so that matches the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. They require these things around occupiable structures, so that would address things like ADUs, but not sheds or garages.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. First round of public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Tanya Samaru.
What I'm used to, sorry.
Hello, Council. Tanya Samaru. Love being here at 10:30, but thank you for bringing up this ordinance. So I just want to refresh everyone's memory that the reason I asked for emergency ordinance was that landscaping season is starting in March, and the WUI code, discussing citywide defensible space or defensible space outside of the WUI is not required to meet the statutory bar of the statutory time goal for the WUI code. So it's entirely possible that you won't get to this for a long time if you don't pass this now. Not to steal anyone's thunder, but you might have seen some maps from the WCRA in the packet last month. And actually you can really reduce conflagration risk in neighborhoods like mine, but you really need this piece. And the Marshall Fire neighborhoods, every one of them has about 3 or 4 landscapings that are about to go in. And previously, Councilmember Cooperman said, I don't think that matters, but actually the model says it does. So this is really important. And, the Juniper ordinance that you passed recently, last week, was it, or the week before? I don't know if you noticed, bless the Louisville communications team, but the Facebook feed does not get a lot of engagement. The Juniper, when they posted about the Juniper ordinance, there was 133 likes and like 35 comments. And most of those people I have never seen or heard before. And they all said, yeah, hooray, great. And I was really glad to see that. Like enthusiasm, made people feel safer, like we're moving forward. People that I do not know and are living in other neighborhoods of Louisville. So it's really important. Every Red Flag Day, people are nervous and they want to, they want to feel like we're moving forward towards some kind of fire safe future, reducing our risk. So the idea wasn't that this is going to be the ordinance forever, is that we have something in place to prevent more harmful fuels, which the models show are very impactful for our fire risk. We have something in place to prevent them until you can have a longer, more careful discussion. And if you put this in place today, then we don't have to stress. We can get back to it whenever council gets back to it. So I wish this applied to the whole city, but if this is what it takes to keep my neighborhood safe, I guess I'm going to say okay. I also wish that it didn't have anything about pre-existing landscaping, because that's controversial, but whatever it takes to get something passed until we can come back to it and have a great discussion, whether that's in a week or in a month or whatever, or maybe it's going to be in 6 months, who knows? You can't be sure. But please pass this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tanya. Questions? Are there any other? Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Just a question regarding the emergency ordinance text. So in the first paragraph, there's reference to pursuant to Article XX of Colorado Constitution.
That's Roman numeral 20.
Got it. Thank you. I thought it was a placeholder. That's all.
All right, second round of public comment? No? All right. Council discussion. Any discussion? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
I would like to suggest that we proceed with alternative number 2 in the staff report, which is to adopt this as a regular ordinance. As in the consideration of the Juniper ordinance, I have the same objections to passing an emergency ordinance. As our public commenters said, right, it's well established that defensible space is really important to reduce fire risk. And in these neighborhoods, right, we have, that there is established fire risk. So I think, when we get to that larger discussion, we would very likely include these places, these neighborhoods, in where we would want to see defensible space standards. And I also think it's true that, we might not get to that discussion before planting season. So I think it's warranted to do something now in those neighborhoods where there are things getting rebuilt and landscaping is going in. I think if we do a regular ordinance, right, that would still come into effect basically by the vernal equinox. And I don't think people are typically planting before then. So I would be more comfortable just bringing in what I think is a reasonable ordinance, but just in a non-emergency manner. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Other council members? Yeah, Councilmember Kern.
I'd actually like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we pass Ordinance 1916, Series 2026, an emergency ordinance amending the fire hardening code for structures in Chapter 15.70 of the Louisville Municipal Code regarding defensible space around the primary structure in the Marshall Fire areas.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Councilmember Katika.
Yeah, I think similar to the Junipers, I agree with defensible space. I think it's a good thing. I don't agree with emergency ordinance and certainly don't agree with just this targeted area of construction as opposed to like the dangerous area of the city or the most fire vulnerable, like using a WUI map or using some sort of science to decide like the right areas. So I'd probably be more supportive of it if it was citywide, or if it was in the WUI, or if it was, something like that other than just the Marshall Fire area. I still wouldn't support that. I'd like it better because it would make some sense that we're saying this is an emergency, and so citywide, everyone needs to do, defensible space at every home, everywhere. Again, I don't agree with that. I think it should be where the WUI. I think we should be doing WUI code things in the WUI, not citywide, and certainly not in a subset spread out in different parts of our town because different parts of our town burned. Yes, those are the homes that burned, but they're not the ones at risk tomorrow. Lots of homes at risk tomorrow in the north. Like we're not doing this, near our north open space. So, I would suggest number 4, delay consideration of defensible space requirements and consider as part of the upcoming WUI code adoption, since we'll be having in-depth conversations about all of it, and scientists will be here to give us data and information and where it's most effective and, how it's best done. And so, again, I think we're talking about 36 homes potentially that might plant in the next couple of months. I don't think this rises to an emergency where impacting potentially 5 homes in Louisville has a big enough impact that it's an emergency that we have to deal with tonight. I think it's important, and I think it's good discussion. I think defensible space is incredibly important. So again, I'm glad the juniper bushes are banned. I just don't like the process we're using.
Okay, any comments?
I'm more than happy to amend it to citywide, all new construction.
I think Councilmember Dickinson already preempted that argument.
He's going to vote no matter what.
He did cover that. I was waiting for
can
that to
cover-
happen, but no, he covered that.
You don't have my vote either way. You can go all in.
All right, is there any more comment? As otherwise, let's take a roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman,
No.
Councilmember Dickinson,
No.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Thank you very much. Thanks for the public comment. Next item is ordinance number 1914, series 2026, contract for the lease and purchase of real estate, 1155 Pine Street, second reading, public hearing. The item was advertised in the Louisville, on the Louisville website on January 21st, 2026. And I think
Good evening. We're in the final stretch. We have 14 minutes left.
you're going to jinx it again.
No, no, I'm not. So I do have a presentation, but I'm going to go quickly to the analysis section. And I also just want to thank Travis Ramos for being here the entire evening and sticking with us. So the item before you tonight is a lease purchase agreement for a portion of 1155 Pine Street. This is the entryway to Louisville's historic downtown. At the first reading, I gave some details related to the purchase price, which is $396,000. If this is approved, we would do a deposit of $150,000 upon the ordinance being effective, and then a monthly rent of $10,000 until the city-initiated subdivision plat is completed. Regardless, anything that's paid would be deducted from the purchase price of $396,000. In terms of council's work plan, this does address economic vitality. This is an entryway to downtown and represents a unique story for Louisville. From a fiscal impact perspective, staff's recommending general fund. This landmarking of the caboose did go before Historic Preservation Commission. They denied it. And so staff's recommending utilization of general fund money based upon Historic Preservation Commission's previous recommendation. A budget amendment will be required if this is approved. The alternatives are to not proceed with the lease and subsequent purchase of the property or direct staff to negotiate purchase of the entire property. Also note in the addendum that was issued today, there were supporting documents to, in terms of how the purchase price was determined. And with that, the recommendation is to adopt an ordinance approving a contract for the lease and purchase of real estate at 1155 Pine Street. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure that Mr. Ramos would also like to make a statement.
Why don't we have Mr. Ramos give his presentation, and we can ask questions of either.
Thank you, Council, for having me. Travis Ramos, owner at 1155 Pine. I wrote something, but I'm not going to read what I wrote because I want to value all your time. I love our town, though. And as I walked up the stairs here, I love that this hallway is lined with historic photos from different places throughout our town. So yeah, no Netflix stories tonight like last time. For the sake of posterity, anyone who may want to see that, you can hear the story. You can look at the last meeting that I was here. But you all know and heard the story. So 6 years ago, we stepped into a big story that we weren't ready for, our family wasn't ready for. And 60 years from now, I hope that it's a story that may be pictured on the walls out there. Who knows? And as our town grows, the trains are still there, connecting us, connecting our town to our past, to our history, and to our roots. And the threads of our history as a town, as Louisville, aren't forgotten. So I just want to say thank you for considering the city's purchase of the land and the train cars as the East Gateway to downtown Louisville. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And I have a letter from Jean Morgan that she had to go home, but I'll just.
Any questions from council? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
The Parks and Public Landscaping Advisory Board reviewed a proposal from Travis Ramos at one point, and in that there was a statement from our Parks Department that they were not interested in adding to the park at the corner of Pine and Highway 42. And I'm wondering if you can shed any light on why our Parks Department was not interested in that land.
I can't speak to why they weren't interested in that land. The only thing I can speak to is I know Jean Morgan has proposed to offer her coal cart to be at the park location and replace the existing coal car. And I did talk to Adam Blackmore, the director, and he was supportive of that new coal car being placed there. In terms of bringing on additional park land to maintain, my guess would be, that's additional workload versus maintaining this site where it's pretty much aggregate. And then you would need to weatherize the train cars and just making sure that they're secure. So the level of maintenance is much less than if this were to be converted to an actual park that had landscaping and shrubbery and things like that. That would be something we would need to consider in the future as we evaluate options for the utilization of that property. But for now, the upkeep would be fairly minimal based upon the current condition of the proposed property that's to be purchased.
Okay. And then one other question, which is maybe a question for Travis. So with those same application materials that went to the Historical Preservation Commission as well, there was sort of a list of expenses for work on, I think, well, certainly on the caboose. I'm not sure about the Steinbach's car. I'm curious if we know sort of what proportion of that work has been completed and what proportion of that work remains to be completed.
My understanding is that the Steinbach car was basically painted and some minimal work. And Travis, if you want to correct me, the caboose had more work in terms of the roof replaced, more external aesthetic improvements. Internal is still needing some work. And so, I don't want to make any false assumptions or statements about the condition of those cars and what's going to be required depending upon, as they sit today, if just from a visual perspective, it's the maintenance of just maintaining what's there. If there's any desire to utilize those in the future for any type of educational, that would require a lot of investment. One of the things that Mr. Ramos has expressed is his desire to continue to assist with fundraising. My response to that is that's a separate conversation that we want to keep separate from this discussion. And so as it sits today, I would expect minimal maintenance. Anything in the future, if there's going to be any type of public access or anything like that, that would require a bigger investment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Going to take public comment?
Tanya Samaru, followed by Susan Liu.
Thank you, Council. So I looked at the record. I saw this project and I had a hard time understanding why Council was spending $400,000 of unbudgeted money. So I went back to the Historic Preservation Society meeting notes and I see that they, one of the caboose was taken from a restaurant as part of 4 cars. It was moved to this property, and then this other train car that really doesn't have any proven ties to Louisville were joined together on this property by a family that has very good intent, obviously, but they created this grand plan where they were going to move a house, turn it into a residence. That required being able to re-spot zone that property alone, and $300,000 from the city to do it. And it didn't work out. It's a very risky scenario to get into, spending money on this. And now when I look at the packet, I see we are not paying the value of these property. We are literally bailing the family out for their financial choices. And the train car is so far out of its context that a Historic Preservation Society board member and staff called it a misrepresentation of history, because its tie is it's a restaurant, but now it's been set on a rail on Pine Street to look like it was like it used to pass through Louisville on a rail line that used to be there, and that's just not the case. I don't understand why the city is doing this. I can't think of another scenario where you just bail someone out of some decisions they've made for something that can't even qualify for Historical Preservation Society or commission money, whatever we call it here. And I wouldn't be so touchy about this if it weren't for the fact that some of you voted for this already, and you're about to vote yes, and you voted no for Marshall Fire fee returns. I hope you know that the Marshall Fire permit fee profits. When we see that, we say, okay, this is a pet project in Ward 1, especially you Ward 2 councilors who voted against fee return. We noticed that. That hurts. That really hurts. I don't think it's justified that the city is going to do anything besides pay the market price for this property, which is in the you could also just buy the train cars and put them somewhere. You're forming the whole gateway around this concept instead of, you don't have a project. This is not how you do planning. This is not how the city does planning. Like multiple boards have said, don't spend money on this. We don't need this park property. You're buying property at a rate that's like $4.5 million per acre for park. Residents are noticing it's really late at night. There were other people that would have commented, but this deal smells corrupt, to be honest. And bless the family and all their good intent. And I do believe some people have nostalgic value for these cars, but this is not how we do things. This is not responsible government. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is Susan Liu, followed by BK.
It's late. I'm not going to belabor the point. I agree with what Ms. Samaru has said. You've read 2 letters from me already questioning this. I'm surprised because some financial info is finally in the packet, but it's not in the same place. So I was shocked tonight to go, oh, they finally put some financial information in there, but it's not with the agenda item. I mean, you really have to dig to find it. And, you know, frankly, it doesn't convince me. You're spending $400,000 almost of city funds without the process that we usually use to spend this kind of money, and it's just wrong. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
Next up is BK, followed by Mike.
Hi, this is Barb Kish. Thank you so much for my time. I live at 1133 Pine Street, and I also own 1125 Pine. These 2 properties are 2 and 3 doors down from the subject property. I've already went ahead and submitted a detailed written comments to council and staff, so I'm going to do my best to summarize in this late hour. I have a number of concerns regarding this proposal, and I request that this purchase or lease be delayed until there's additional economic analysis and greater community involvement. This property was purchased by the owner in November of 2023 for $493,000, which is in line with the staff assessment. I question how a price of nearly $400,000 was determined, given the owner is going to retain 2/3 of the land and the home. The city is taking on a great deal of renovation and maintenance costs to the trail cars, likely hundreds of thousands of dollars based on the current owner estimates. As someone already stated, the parks had no interest in bringing this on because they said there was no clear public benefit. This area is not landscaped, it's dangerous, kids play on the top, and I understand there's a great deal of sentiment possibly for some people, but all of this is unbudgeted. So my properties are subject to the exact same zoning and rules as this property. And the current and intended use of East Pine Street area is crystal clear, as is the new proposed comprehensive plan and the Highway 42 revitalization plan. Some last-minute proposal to purchase the rail cars in the land and retain them in this location is absolutely in direct conflict with every single plan and policy. As neighbors, we were not provided the opportunity to weigh in prior to the rail cars being placed on the property. They just showed up. I have stayed silent during previous public hearings because I trusted that the process would follow established rules and guidelines. The end result that this project in its location does not comply with zoning or strategic intent. The Historic Preservation Committee denied grant funding requests based on all the issues mentioned. And the Parks and Advisory Board did not feel this area brought public value. So this is unbudgeted. The math doesn't work. Multiple boards and city staff have said this isn't working. I'm not sure why this is even on the table, given the pressing needs of our city. This is really unequitable. It's a very dangerous precedent to set, and I believe it's an I can't even talk this late at night, egregious use of taxpayer dollars. So please respectfully consider voting to either decline this proposal or study it further with greater community involvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Mike, followed by Benjamin Snow.
Hi, Mike Kransdorf. I'm not a resident. My family owns some property in the area, though. I agree with previous speakers. The proposal in front of you just leaves too much of an unknown financial commitment for the city. Apparently, there's new financial information in the packet. I did not find it. I would just say, please take more time on this. If it's a good idea, let it go through the normal process. Typically, this would be on a work plan. It would be raised as a future item during a council meeting. There'd be a request for planning to bring forward a study, recommendation. Planning's proposal would likely have included a requirement for a formal appraisal, a budget for improvement and maintenance, and a plan for future use. None of that is included in this packet. Following that, there'd have been a discussion at EVC, LRC, it's in their zone, maybe an outreach to the Chamber of Commerce, DBA, and most importantly, the neighbors, as we just heard. None of this has happened. What we had looked like an executive session, a first reading, a second reading within a month. Not only that, as also stated, it's now 11 p.m. The result of this, as it's been said, the purchase price is based on the seller's suggested asking price. It's almost double the purchase price a few years ago. The planning department suggested it's worth much less. I have some familiarity with property values in the area, and I can see no justification for the city's purchase price. This is a big deal. It's a lot of money. It's an uncertain commitment. And while I don't think the city should take on the costs and liabilities of this, if a public process shows the community is in favor of it, that's fine, all for it. You just had 5 speakers raise significant questions. Please discuss this. Please take this seriously. Yeah, I've been advocating for an enhanced gateway to downtown at Pine and 42, as you know, for many years. I think you can do better than this. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Next up is Benjamin Snow.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Snow. I am a homeowner and father. I live in Ward 2 in Louisville. I'm here representing a large group of people who have written in today and in the previous days in support of this proposal. Many of whom I believe I reached out to 75 fathers in the community today, many of whom sent their representation that they support this proposal. I think that this is an interesting mix of restoration, it's an interesting mix of civic participation, and it's an interesting opportunity for differentiation for this city. I see other initiatives of historic nature or preservation nature or of community participation that are reflected in other towns in the area. I moved here. When I moved here, I work remotely, so I had the option to literally move anywhere in the country. I also had the option, once I kind of knew I wanted to move to this region, to move to Longmont, to move to Erie, to move to Niwot, to move to Lyons. I chose Louisville because it has a charm, it has a character to it that I believe this supports, that I think Louisville is also losing in certain areas. We do have empty storefronts on our main street that are less appealing than if they were full. I think having this historic caboose, and that luckily came upon you as a council and was given to us and is for us as a community and is restored to us as a community. I think this is a blessing that we can take advantage of, and that we should take advantage of, and that we should preserve, rather than letting this become one more fallow, empty scenario like we have in many other situations in the city. I believe that I am not the only person here. I might be the only person physically here supporting it, but I believe that I stand here as one of many, let's say it's the representative for the evening at 11 o'clock. I think I've followed this project for quite a while. I think it's very important, and I think it represents our city in a very remarkable way, and I urge you to support it and give it the credence it should be given. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Any other? Okay. Any initial council comments? Yeah. First, Councilmember Kern, and then, okay, Councilmember Diggins.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate all the comments. You know, I think all these moments are complicated where there's a pending sale of a property. And, you know, we've done this with a couple of buildings in this last year where there's potential to lose something of value to the community. And this is a really interesting item that hundreds of Louisville residents gathered to save from destruction and move multiple times to keep it from being destroyed, and then repaired it and even bought a property to place it on and all these things. So it's a really, I think, magnificent story of our community. And you can look back to the pictures of hundreds of people at the day that they lifted it off the ground. So I think it's a really, really cool story. And, you know, we moved 2 minor cabins a half a block, and it was $250,000 to move 2 mining cabins a half a block. And so part of the value of what we're paying for is they have been saved, restored, moved, and placed without the city paying a single dime, absolutely on the risk of the family that did that. But part of the value of it is how much would it have cost if we had wanted to do that. So there's the land that was, you know, for sale for $850,000 or something like that. And there's the cabooses that were also for sale to a museum. So I, as one of the council members, was quite afraid that the caboose I grew up driving by, I grew up in this town, the caboose I grew up driving by that I do actually really appreciate and love and think is really cool is just going to be in a museum in Arizona. Like, that's a real bummer. And so I think one of the reasons for lack of normal process is that these cabooses were already being looked at by a museum for purchase, and the land was for sale. And so if we didn't act, that's fine. The caboose and the train car would be gone, but there would be another 200 residents in here being like, how did you let those go? So that's part of the problem that I faced. And I felt like I owed it to all those people that worked so hard for no money to save these things, that we would preserve these things. And so I understand why HPC didn't actually give it money. It's like, well, like I think you said it really well, it was here for 50 years, but it was a restaurant, and it's relocated to where tracks were, but it was never on that. It's a little bit museum-like and not what it always was. And so it's kind of like museum making, not preservation. And so I kind of agree. It's like a museum at the front of our city. It's not exactly what it always was. It's a very, very cool piece of our history that has been relocated. And relocating things, I am the owner of a home that was built on Main Street and was relocated to Grant. moving things is very common in Louisville. So the fact that it got moved around, I think, just kind of adds to its story. But I really appreciate all the hundreds of citizens that got us this far, and I think it'll be a really cool thing for decades to come.
Comment coming.
Okay. I would like to agree with everything that Councilor Dickinson just said, and add that although they aren't in the original location, they are in the original location of railroad tracks that they would have ridden on, whether they were in Louisville or not at the time. And like you said, I also went to them when they were a restaurant on Main Street, or the one anyway. And there is some kind of city connection to the other car that has Steinbau's name in it, who is very well known historically in the city. And I think it makes a very historic entrance to the city. It's a rail car that went through right there, and it's saying, welcome to Louisville, this is who we were.
Councilmember Cooper?
Thank you. Councilmember Dickinson spoke a little bit to the process by which we sort of have to consider these types of things. In that process, I think what I found most difficult is, that we didn't really have a way to gauge public sentiment, or at least not in a very broad or statistical way. So we can bring what we personally know about sentiment to those discussions, but it's difficult, if not impossible, to bring something broader to those discussions. That's how, we have to sometimes consider property acquisitions. But, and in any case, so I don't know, I have some concerns about this purchase. The first one is about public process and sort of ties into the comments I just made. We have just recently got a lot of email correspondence on this item. And clearly there are a lot of people who would like us to go ahead with the purchase, and there are also people who would like us not to go ahead with the purchase. So again, without doing some kind of, structured outreach, we don't really have a definitive sense for what the community is interested in. Even more so though, as Councilmember Fahey was saying, if we go ahead with this purchase, we would be creating an entryway, essentially, of a certain type to the city at that place. And I actually think that could be a very nice entryway. But creating an entryway to the city feels to me like it should be a public process. So it could well be that a lot of people would like to see that as the entryway to the city, and I myself would be happy to see that as an entryway there to the city. But I don't know. I don't know, how many people would like to see that, or what proportion of people would like to see that. So my other concern is about spending $400,000 for this, and I'm not necessarily saying that the price is not justified, but we have to prioritize what we spend what we spend our money on, so when I think about that number, I make some comparisons. My favorite comparison for everything is to how much we spend incentivizing people to electrify their homes. This would, given what we've been doing annually, we could pay for those incentives for 10 years with $400,000. The other thing I've been thinking about is we could probably commission local artists to create entryway public art at virtually every entryway to the city for $400,000. So again, I'm not saying $400,000 is necessarily the wrong price for this thing, but I am concerned about spending that much. Sorry. So yeah, so that's mostly what I wanted to say. I think I will not be voting in favor of this purchase, but I would be very happy to consider other alternatives to save those rail cars. Thank you.
Let's take a second round of public comment.
One of the buttons. Got that one. Okay, thanks. So if these rail cars do have tremendous sentimental value to residents, you know, it's possible to try to purchase them and move them somewhere and then actually create a program around it or a project around it with public input. Maybe they go at this entryway. Maybe they go in a park. Who knows? I don't like the idea. This just seems like very haphazard planning. You know, it's hard to justify to residents that you're paying something that isn't just the market value for these things as well. Like according to the Historical Preservation Commission notes, this is they're in very bad condition. They have plywood securing them, and they're not stabilized or weatherproof. So apparently the price to move the caboose to this spot was $17,000. That was paid for by GoFundMe money, according to a news article I found. You know, so buy the cars and spend $30,000 moving them somewhere, and then come back with an actual project. You know, maybe this is the right place in the gateway, and maybe it's not. You know, a gateway should get more consensus from the public, more feedback. So anyway, can have it both ways. Not make people angry by making this giant purchase and bypassing all the public feedback, and still acquiring these cars. So thank you.
Susan Liu.
Hi, this is actually Larry Donner, Susan's husband. And the only comment I have is this whole project has been done in camera. And most people don't know what's going on. And to vote on it at 11:20 in the evening gives the appearance that this whole deal stinks and something's dramatically wrong. So just for the sake of appearance alone, I would urge you not to go ahead with this deal. And if it is a good thing, relocate those cars, put them in a place where you can secure them so they're not an attractive nuisance for the kids in the community, and do it right instead of kind of sneaking it in the back door. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right, we'll take it back for another.
I have one more.
Do we have one more? Oh, we do?
Hi, this is Barb Kish again, and I'll be brief. I just want to thank you for allowing us time to talk. And I would just, again, please caution with really taking a pause. I understand that a few hundred people showed up to help move, and there's been, you know, sentiment around these trail cars. I have sentimental value that is on things for me myself. It's really important. I love Louisville, and I care about Louisville as well, and I want to make sure that's clear. And I think it's really, really important that established rules and processes be followed. So it drives community trust, right? We saw that earlier. I've been on the phone, you don't know this, sitting through the other presentations, right? And so, you know, please allow those of us who'd like to look at the budget and understand there's a lot of long-term costs with owning these and maintaining them. And in spite of the passion that the current owners had in in taking huge financial risk for themselves personally. That's not, because someone's in a pickle, this isn't the right reason to do something. There's probably a million ways to look at this, but you're right, 11:30 at night, late in the day, with 2 weeks' notice isn't really cutting it. So thank you again. I appreciate the time to chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lee Scriggins.
Hi, I just want to endorse everyone who's raised questions about the cost, about the process, and the purchase price. And I also would ask that it occurs to me, if this is a gateway project, that I wonder how RTD access to Pine Street from 42 is impacted by this plan, and if that could be part of something that's considered if a more thorough assessment is done.
Okay. Yep, looks like we have another public comment.
There we go. I appreciate everyone's dialogue and all the points that have been brought up, and just want to take a minute here to address some of them. So I don't feel like in any way, and I hope that none of you feel like, I think it was Barb who mentioned, well, you're bailing us out because we're in a pickle. I don't feel like that at all. Of course, I'm the property owner, but the price, if you look at Barb's properties that are both currently for sale, the price is right in line with what those are for sale for. That's 2 doors down. The one 4 doors down is for sale for $1.25 million. So if you just look at the cost per square foot, it's not over and above. No one's bailing us now. It's not a getting us out of a pickle thing. Even if you just looked at the land acquisition for the city of Louisville alone, with the train cars, is it perhaps slightly above market rate? Perhaps, but it's not like we're spending $250,000 to move to cabins or anything like that. And I'd also like to clarify, I think maybe it was Barb or somebody else mentioned that it's 2/3 of the property. It's roughly half the property that we are going to be left with, not 2/3. And in terms of the HPC, the Historic Preservation Commission, and their votes against it, I still have no idea. I still am baffled because I wrote letter C, Rob, and otherwise to this effect, but the biggest reason that they gave for not supporting this was to make way for future development. You can go back, I quoted the video several times in my letters to the city. Didn't understand that. It wasn't because some of these other reasons that have been mentioned. I would also like to address that, we've had that there for 2 years. We've had no nuisances, no kids getting on top, no homeless people, nothing like that. This is Louisville. Not that that's not possible, but it's not like it's some epidemic or some problem. And then the last thing, Parks, the thing that went in front of Parks that has been mentioned numerous times that Parks was not interested in that. That was when we had the previous PUD, and there was a very small section of the property that was up for, and you have to donate a certain amount of the land to the city if you do a PUD with the MUR code. It was a small triangle that was in the ditch, and so they looked at that tiny triangle that was in the ditch they wanted to donate, and they said, we're not really interested in that. They did not look at this as a whole, as adding to the existing Tomeo Park and potentially creating an actual full park of this. That's not what was denied. It was this tiny little spot in the ditch. And again, I think, Josh, to one of your points about sentiment, you can't measure it, right? It's hard to. It's hard to measure character. It's hard to measure vibe. It's hard to measure what it looks like to come into a town, to drive into it and say, this place is rad. I like this place. You can see condos and apartments and all those things. This is different. And this is something that we have the chance to do something about, or it's going to go away. I don't want to see that happen. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. Bring it back to council. Other council comments, thoughts? Yep, Councilmember Kern.
So I genuinely appreciate all the public comments and conversation on this. I too wish that this had been able to be the full and total conversation, had been able to be had in a different venue, perhaps, and with greater participation. But I will say that the overwhelming support and people putting their time and energy and effort into these projects really spoke volumes, I think, to me when we were looking at this and making a decision on whether this was a worthwhile investment into, let's say, not historical, but museum quality representation for our city. And the price is high, I would agree. But I think that sometimes there are things that you have to take advantage of. As a council, we did request that staff do an evaluation, do a financial assessment. Not specifically as some of the comments have been, like to look at the full and total equity in every aspect, but there were considerations given to value, to cost, to what it would take if we had taken the project on ourselves, and that was part of the decision process. And I do apologize that the information just made it out, but it was important that the community members, and I'm glad that staff was able to get it there to the public, that for everyone to see the same exact things that we saw in trying to make this decision. I would also like to mention, though, that the initial request was actually for a larger amount than what was negotiated. So it isn't exactly as if we just said, to a resident asking for sale of something, that we would offer what was being asked. We did negotiate in good faith, recognizing this is taxpayer funds. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And again, I think some things, it would be good if there was a better process. I'm not 100% sure what it is. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, that an interesting opportunity for Louisville is not taken advantage of. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Try again. There we go. Okay. So I feel the need to, state where I'm at and why I am at this place. When this opportunity presented itself, I did not view it from the point of view of having a resident with the best of intentions and a vision that did not come to fruition. I saw it as an opportunity for a piece of land and a structure at an entryway part of our community that, based on prior community engagement, people saw value in it. They were invested in it. In an ideal world, for more things, we could do surveys and get data, but sometimes as council members who are representing the public, we have to make decisions based on our prior engagement and knowledge of the public. With that being said, we did have some financial concerns, which is why we went through the process that Councilmember Kern just described. And so I feel like we followed the charter and executive process. We did what we were supposed to. We attempted to do our due diligence and negotiated. There is a sentimental value to it as well. And I feel good with where we're at. And I think not everyone will agree, but I do think there are a number of folks in the community who feel that this is the right choice moving forward.
Do you want more comments?
This is a decision that's grown harder for me because I really appreciate the community engagement that we've had on both for and against. We did go through a process of due diligence, and I think the staff has done a good job of doing their part in this. I think to Mayor Pro Tem's point, there is a certain place that we came into this project, and it wasn't at the very beginning. It's, in my view, I think that's something that if everybody had to do over again, we might do a different process, but that's not the way it came to us. And I think everybody's talked about this in, has stated the positives and the negatives. I'm really torn because I am concerned that we may miss an opportunity here if we don't agree. This is something that people have talked about, and I appreciate the city residents' concerns about the money as well and the use of the money. So but I think we've gone through the process that we have. I think I'm satisfied that the deal that we're presented with to agree with tonight or disagree with is sound financially, and with a little bit of reluctance, I'm going to vote for it. So somebody would like to do a motion?
I will move to approve ordinance number 1914, Series 2026.
Second.
Any further comment? Yeah, Councilmember Cooperman.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank Travis for some of the clarifications that you just provided. And I'd also like just to thank you for all that you've done over the past few years. Like I said before, I think having the rail cars there would be a very nice entryway to the city. But I'm still concerned about the way in which that we're establishing that entryway. So I'm not going to support this, but I want to be clear that that's not because I don't like the idea. I just think that we need to go about it in a different way. Sorry, and yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Cooperman.
No.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton.
Yes.
Councilmember Kern.
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yes.
Mayor Lay.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. Thank you for everybody who's participated in it. Thanks for the public comment as well. City Attorney's report.
I have none this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Upcoming agenda items, identification of future agenda items. Any for tonight? All right. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. That was a motion to adjourn.
Did not mean to speak that.
Thank you very much. Thank you to staff for sticking around and for all of the rest of you for hanging in there.
Parents, our children, our grandchildren. The fact is that we have a place in Louisville that is most welcoming. Now, how did this really get started?